It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply. Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a WildEarth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on WildEarth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily. This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
It is half a lilac-breasted roller, everybody. Exciting start this afternoon on your sunset safari. Lots and lots of plans. Of course, some birds would be awesome. You can see it's a lovely, clear day. I'd like to find some wild dogs. We've got Steve, who's going to Simbambili looking for some leopards. So it's promise. Lots and lots of promise. And we have our half a lilac-breasted roller. So jump on board, everyone. It's your live safari through the African bush. Good afternoon from myself and this lilac-breasted roller. It was perched so beautifully on top of this dead knobthorn with the lovely clear sky behind it. And then it decided, you see, it hears the director's comms, you see. And then it jumped down so it could block its face. Hi everyone, it's me, Trishala. I've got Johan and camera with me this afternoon. We're on Djuma Game Reserve, but we are going to be heading slowly towards Chitwa and see what we can find on that end. Very, very nice and a clear, beautiful, beautiful day. It's not even that warm, or at least it's starting to cool down a little bit. It's 27 degrees Celsius and 81 degrees Fahrenheit. But there's a nice coolness in the breeze, and thank goodness there is a breeze. Stunning. So we're going to get going, and while we get going to the south towards Chitwa, I'll tell you how to talk to us. Use the hashtag WildEarth to send us your questions and your comments. You can also use @FC on the YouTube chat stream. You can also go to our website and register and use our questions and comments box. If you're under 18, you can use kids' questions at wildearth.tv. We'd love to hear from you. Our lilac-breasted roller is not giving us a chance. Let's see while you're... Oh, there we go. What a beaut. I love when birds perch on a dead tree because you get that nice background of the sky. Hi, Sandy. Good afternoon. You say this is your favorite bird? Well then, Sandy, I think you're going to have a fantastic sunset safari. I quite like this bird too, but you know I can't choose favorite anythings. But I do like this bird too. Lovely colors. It's giving itself a bit of a preen there. It's always important to keep your flight gear clean and in good condition, particularly if you're a bird. There you can see those long streamers there coming out of the tail as well. Those two long feathers on the side. I like those a lot. Beautiful. Well, let's head on down because it will take us a bit of a drive to get to Chitwa, and I'm not in a big hurry. I want to stop along the way. I want to stop at Twin Dams. I want to see what's happening there. We had such a lovely sighting of the ducks yesterday. There at Twin Dams, there was a white-faced whistling duck. There was a knobbled duck, and there were also those ducklings. So we'll go swing past there and just have a bit of an adventure. So I hope that you're all excited. I am. Well, I've told you about the weather here on Djuma, so let me send you over to have a look at the weather at our other locations too.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to andBeyond in Ngala. As you can see right in front of us, we have some few animals, actually different species. You'll see on the left, is a single impala ram, and right in the middle, you'll see some blue wildebeest there, swishing some tails, and right at the back there, you will see some plain zebra. And the plan for this afternoon, we're basically going to be heading west, and we're going to try to find some lions. Good day again, everybody. My name is Trico, and behind the camera, I have Gert with us. Good to have you guys join us. So you can see those wildebeest right in the middle. They're just sitting there, you know. There's actually a little bit of a breeze, nice breeze, even though it's way too warm. And you can see that impala feeding right close to the shade. Very smart, as it's very, very hot. You'll see the zebra right at the back there, also just standing there and busy grooming itself or cleaning itself there. And it's not abnormal to find these animals to be together in this, like, sort of one space or one area. Because obviously, as you can see, this area is nice and open. And being in a group like this, it's actually much safer in numbers. And also, if there's danger lurking, they'll be able to spot it and help one another by alarm calling, and then they'll all run off. It's actually quite interesting. Those wildebeest right in the middle, they've chose this little patch. You can see there's like a bit of grass, and there's a bit of like open sort of spaces in the middle where there's a little bit of patches that they're laying down. I guess maybe where they're laying down is a little bit cooler as well. As you can imagine, if you are dark in color, that would be very difficult for you when the sun is bearing down on you like that. But for now, as we stay with these animals, I'm going to quickly link you to Trish.
We found something very interesting. It's a red-billed hornbill female who's caught a caterpillar. I love finding these little gems in the bush. And what she's doing is she's trying to rub it against the branch, and then that didn't quite work for her. Then she was on the ground. She was rubbing it on the sand. And she keeps doing that because, you know, little caterpillars have tiny little hairs on them, and those are defensive hairs for two reasons. For one, they reflect light in a way that can confuse a bird. Because of their structure, you can tell that those little spiny things, they don't have any color. And that's because their use is to reflect light, so it can confuse a bird, so they may not get eaten. Obviously, this one, not so lucky. But then second line of defense, those little hairs will irritate any part that it touches. You may know if you've ever sat on one like I have in the past, that it gives you quite a rash. And then if you ate one, your throat would feel horrible. So what she's trying to do is scrape all of that off of the caterpillar before she consumes it. It's quite a big caterpillar, so she might have quite a job on her beak. There she goes, busy, busy, busy. She's been at it for about 2 minutes now. Let's see if she'll get to gobble it down after all. It's a great-sized grub there. This is a great example of, excuse me, of the type of behavior that animals have to learn. They may see other birds doing it. There we go, there we go. Down the hatch. She looks pleased with herself. Hi Shrey, you'd like to know how do I differentiate between the male and the female hornbill? The female has a fully red beak, and the male has a little black bit at the bottom mandible. So what a beak essentially is an extension of the mandible and other bones, because there's a basic body plan for most animals. So it's an extension of those bones. So we call the top one the upper mandible, bottom one is the lower mandible, and the male on the lower mandible has a black patch. And you can see she had a fully red bottom mandible. That was cool. I love finding little gems like that in the bush, little odd things that are happening. It's not always about the big, very popular animals. It's also about the little ones and the strange things that they do, or rather the types of behavior that you don't get to see often. So I think I'm actually going to make a stop at 2 dams. I'm going to make a stop at Treehouse Dam, which is just off to my west here. And then Twin Dams, which is to my south and east. Sounds like I have a passenger. Hi, Moonbeam. You'd like to know if all fuzzy caterpillars juice and itch? Yes. Sorry, Moonbeam. I have a branch stuck under the car, which is bothering me. It's fine. Moonbeam, yes, because the purpose of the fuzz to deter a predator. So you get caterpillars without that fuzzy bit, those ones, or those hairs, and those ones are not going to cause you any irritation due to those hairs because they don't have those hairs. But what the hairs do, it's not as if they have poison or anything like that. Some of them do have an irritant, but it's more like if you imagine little tiny bits of fiberglass that are getting lodged in your skin, and you're trying to get to it. That's what causes the itch the majority of the time. Anyway, I am almost at Treehouse, so I'm going to send you over to Yuan and Tswalu. He wants to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Tswalu Kalahari. And we've decided to come out a bit west this afternoon on a very nice bumble and try and see what we can find. And one of the first things we have found is the stunning nesting formations that we have come across here. And we've had quite a bit of questions over the last couple of days about the different weavers and the different weavers' nests. If you think about it, during the afternoon, yesterday afternoon, we've had quite a bit of the sociable weavers' nest as well as the southernmost weavers and so. Now these are actually the white-browed sparrow weavers. And so a stunning nesting formation, very rough as opposed to all the other nesting structures that we've been seeing. That is actually rather much smooth as opposed to these ones that's actually, well, that was supposedly quite woven as opposed to these ones being rough nesting sites that is coming through. But yeah, in your team for the Kalahari this afternoon is me, Yuan, and behind the camera again is BK, and we will be sharing the Kalahari with you this afternoon. So just to quickly come back to that nesting formation we're seeing there, and just looking at it as it is, as we were talking about the smooth nests that you get, and obviously lots of chambers with the sociable weavers, and obviously the southernmost weavers nest that is just separate different nests that you get, the same as this one actually. The difference is just those ones, like I said, is very softly woven, like we've looked at them yesterday. And then looking at these guys, there's 2 different types of nests that's been woven here together. Now, if you think about the meerkats and the wild dogs and many more species in the Kalahari that operate in this system together, where you'll have an alpha pair in a hierarchy, where you've got an alpha male and an alpha female, and a beta male and a beta female, and the rest is acting in a supporter unit structure in that hierarchy, as we spoke about it over the last coming days. So why do I claim this so much, and why do I speak about this so much is there's a way to survive in the Kalahari. And the way to survive, as I've mentioned over a few times, most probably, is teamwork, family units, and partnerships. And it's extremely important to understand how this ecosystem works. Now, just by looking at these nests, it is so well described and explained of how this all comes together. So if you look at these nests, you'll see the nest on the bottom left corner of the screen. That nest has got two sides hanging down from left all the way, making a loop to the top, to the right. And so that is actually what you call a false nest. And that false nest is generally, you'll see that's more of those nests are actually present here. And that is actually the supportive units that stays in that nest. And especially this time of the year, you have cobras and boomslang and all sorts of snakes like that will typically follow the bird up into the tree. And as you have this bird going up into the one side of the nest, it will literally sit and wait inside. It gets to a point that, well, it's one of those situations you can't see from the outside in, but from the inside out. So the bird will literally sit and hang tight in that formation, and then the snake will approach the nest. As the snake is about to go in, the bird pops out on the other side. And the snake has gone in, and he's like, he just found a ghost bird. And he's literally gone into that attitude of, what on the world has just happened? We have just lost that bird. Oliver, you are wondering, why are there so many different nests for the same weaver? It's because there's many of them actually staying in this hierarchy system that we spoke about earlier on. My apologies. Do they use the nest for the same season or for many different seasons and so? Yes, definitely they do make use of the same nesting formations, and they just keep on expanding as the population grows from that particular spot. They could shift sometimes into a tree next door, or a tree further up ahead due to food resources and food supply in a certain area. But yeah, looking at it from that point of view, it is very important for them to be, well, spreading their grounds around a base station, if I can put it that way. So then, as that bird was in that misleading formation, that it was misleading that snake, as I was saying previously, then he would literally fly out of the nest, obviously fly away onto the ground until the snake comes out of that looping formation of that nest again. The snake will then literally see the bird on the ground. He's then, okay, I found it again, there it is. So he keeps on following the bird then, but the bird makes a broken wing display after this confusing structure that has happened. Then he hops quite a good 50 to 60 meters away out from the nest, and I've seen this actually happening before, where the snake then follows, but this is a long ongoing process happening. Then the bird will wait until that last moment, and the snake is completely misleaded, and the bird then flies off to safety. So why did they go through this entire process? Because you do have, apart from the false nest, you got a true nest, which is like that one on the top center, or generally at the back of the tree, or even a tree next door, is typically what would happen where your alpha pair is situated at with the chicks. So the whole functionality of this is to protect their leaders. Once again, like we've explained with the alpha wild dog pair that we've been talking about the meerkats as well this morning. And in a bigger picture of it all, coming back to one shot, that teamwork, family units and partnerships is the way to survive. And my leaders will take us to success. And that is why your leaders of this flock of birds in this colony would be the only ones that will breed from that formality. So just to give you a quick picture here of what these white-browed sparrow weavers looks like, you can see here on the picture that I've got, you can see the beautiful white-browed sparrow weaver of quite like a lighter brown to dark brown back that we have there, beautiful white belly, and then just to the front of the bird, you can see to the side of the ear, the white-browed coming through there. But yeah, very cool seeing these birds like this. Now, these birds are also great indicator species to good food resources in this area, in this environment. And so they would also tell you a bigger story because of that whole hierarchy system that we've been talking about the bigger picture of the Kalahari, the ways of surviving. I mean, it could have been just a beautiful tree with a stunning system and a stunning formation of rough woven nesting sites, as well, a site that we could have seen by just driving past and admired it. Time has gone past and boom, we drive past it. But there's much more than that. By just looking at these nests, it tells you so much of a much bigger story of this environment and this ecosystem and the ways to survive in this desert environment. But yeah, stunning to think about the bigger picture, thinking about how this ecosystem comes together. And this, what we've just spoken about, this, like I said once again, this is the way to survive. So you find this in plants, you find this in birds, you find this in mammals, you find this in anything that exists in this ecosystem. And so all of these different individuals coming together as a community, almost I want to say, in this whole ecosystem, it all fits in one system together. Now, all natural systems works like that generally, but here it's to a certain extreme, just because it is what it is, and it is what needs to happen in this situation. So yeah, very beautiful looking at these nests. So stunning. And if we zoom out from it again, we can actually see the stunning scene that it creates. Sinak, you're asking what grasses do they use to build their nest? Now, in this area, you can find a lot of erograstis. And so basically, if you look at the grasses that we're going to just have a look at here quickly, there's silky leaf bushman grass that is just in front. Yeah, to that one there. That's it. Perfect. So we can go even more. So you can see the silky color coming off the inflorescence of some of the grasses there, and that's your silky leaf bushman. There's some of the erograstis. We can look at those ones up front there, just before that wild sesame. Yeah, there we go. Bit further to the right. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we zoom into that inflorescence. Yeah, center of the screen. That's it. So if you look at that erograstis, that is also the typical grasses that they can make use of. But overall, the abundance of grasses that occurs in the Kalahari is basically the bushman grass in majority all over the dune fields as we drive through these areas. So yeah, really special and a fantastic question. And if you see that the nest is actually built from that, it shows you, but from scratch, if you see a nesting site like that, it shows you that it's a fantastic palatability, from a palatable point of view, a fantastic environment, a really good natural resource, nutritional value being very high, because they're already nesting in an area where they're showing us that they've invested in this point, in this area of the reserve, just because there is a fantastic amount of nutrition that they're getting from here. And if you see that happening, it is already pinpointing that it's a fantastic area. So we are going to be taking a bumble through this rest of this fantastic area, because looking at this stunning sweetgrass species in this area, we could come across some plenty more of some stunning animals that could be coming through here. So we're going to keep on going on this bumble and see what we can find.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that? Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feeds.
Welcome to Eco Training's Pride Lands Conservancy. My name is Mike Anderson. Behind the camera is Niels, and it's a gorgeous, hot, late summer's day. We're standing here at Leopard Dam. It's an absolutely phenomenal spot. We were just commenting on how peaceful it was here. You can see there's barely a breath of wind. The dam itself is quite ripple-free. Doesn't look like there's any elephants or other animals at the dam right now, but almost certainly as the sun starts to go down, we'll probably find a little more activity. But our plan for this afternoon is just to walk around this dam, maybe head up the drainage line a bit further and investigate what might be around. See what we can find. Hopefully nothing too hairy and scary, but lots of bugs, plants, birds, tracks. And if we're very lucky, maybe, just maybe, an elephant or a buffalo. At a distance, hopefully, although it's not been the case most of the time here at Pride Lands, there are so many elephants and buffalo around that they seem to be around almost every corner. So in the meantime, I'll send you over to Trishala, who's got a beautiful bird.
Oh, best of luck, Mike. I hope that you find both elephants and buffalo. I'd love to find some elephants too, but here we have the woodland kingfisher, the humble woodland kingfisher. And it's always when they just arrive and when they're about to leave that we appreciate them the most. And it's going to be quite soon that these will leave, by or around April. They should be gone. And yet again, we'll start the story of wanting to be the first to hear one or see one as the summer approaches. I love watching the way the bush changes, the different animals that you see more of or less of, that arrive, that leave. It gives you a perspective of movement that you don't often get to see when you're in the city, of time moving along. And I think since they are going to leave soon, we should have some time and appreciate them. So I think I'm going to stop for woodland kingfisher every drive till we go. Oh, off it goes. Still a very, very pretty area here, but not much more happening. There was a green-backed heron around. It's flown away. It's been hanging around in this area quite a bit. Oh, there's our gorgeous lilies. Beautiful. Well, we're going to head on, and we're going to send you over to Steve. He wants to say good afternoon, too.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our vehicle here on on Simbambili, where we are trying very hard this afternoon to find a group of mating leopards. Now, I say a group because this morning there was more than two. Hello, my name is Steve, joined by Paul on camera, and we are trying very hard without assistance on the radio to find out exactly where these leopards might be. It's Shudulu and tortoise pan male, and then another female whose name I have forgotten how to pronounce. So we are looking at our impala up here on the elevated area of Simbambili, so we've got signal. The Simbambili vehicles haven't come out yet, so I'm trying to figure out exactly where they might be. So we'd love to be able to find you some leopards this afternoon, and saw a video today, one of the guides from this area posted that a third female, or third individual, came in, and tortoise pan male just mated with her as well. So very interesting. Hope Shudulu didn't mind. Definitely going to be a very long day for him. So we shall do our best, everybody, and if we don't manage to find them or get them in a good signal area, we'll be returning over to Djuma and see what we can find that side. Here, indeed, we talk about the territorial behavior of male impalas all the time. It's coming into a seasonal form of territory. They don't hold a territory all year round. They hold very small little areas of high resource that females will move into. And in the rutting season, when the males are at highest fitness, they'll compete for those females and mate with as many of them as they can. So, but then they don't maintain that, although some of them will maintain that sort of small territory later on into the year, although all the females within that area have mated. So it's not a sustained territory like we find with other animals, but even wildebeest who do sustained territories here, a lot of that's got to do with the fact that they aren't able to migrate anymore. Wildebeest in general would be moving with the herds, would make a little bit of a territory. Females would move off, they'd realize they're on their own, they'd move to catch up, establish another territory, females would move off again, constant moving and shifting. Impala, very seasonal. And it's all starting to happen. You're starting to see these groups of males on their own, groups of females on their own. Carla, what a beauty indeed. Indeed, there are some very impressive rams here in this group of impala. And the radio started to shout, but we're a little bit far away to hear what anybody's saying. So hopefully we'll be able to get hold of somebody soon. I've checked the areas that I was told by a friend of mine to check, and either I don't know what I'm doing or the directions were a little bit off. I'm not sure. Okay, well, we're on top of the hill, very far away from water, but Mike has got something in the water himself.
We do have something cool in the water. This little very primitive frog is called a platana in South Africa. Other parts of the world it's called a clawed frog. And they're very primitive in that they are simple, they don't tend to leave the water, and they are not as highly developed as the other frogs. There it disappears off there. Now, platanas are particularly interesting because they tend to be quite cannibalistic. They live in these ponds, they don't leave the water, they're carnivorous, so what they tend to do is if they can't find the other things to eat, they'll eat each other and also the larvae of the others in the pond. Now, this frog is also quite interesting that it was one of the first widely used and reliable pregnancy tests in South Africa. By taking urine from a pregnant woman and either injecting it or somehow applying it to one of these frogs, they would cause the female frog to start ovulating as well. And that was almost 100% effective in telling someone if they were pregnant or not. I think that's pretty amazing. It's not used anymore. Thank goodness for the frogs. They don't have to be collected up and peed on anymore. But there are lots of them here. There must have been a hatching that happened recently, because all of these platannas are all over this shallow end of Leopard Dam. Now, perhaps with a little bit of a gentle breeze that was blowing, a lot of insects washed up in this corner. Right now, I can't see too many insects. Maybe it was just a bit cold and they're just trying to warm up. Who knows? Maybe there's just a feast happening. Maybe they're all eating each other. I have no idea. They seem to be just their heads and tops of their bodies poking out of the water, but there really are a lot of them. Must be more than 20 or 30. We've seen lots of other frogs as well, but most of them are starting to hide because it's getting drier and drier. There's less water around, there's less moisture, and so most of the toads and frogs that require these kind of moisture-rich environments are starting to make their way away from the water, or maybe towards the water, and they're burying themselves, not only in the undergrowth, but also under logs, under leaves, even under the ground. And it's only the ones that are living their full life in the water that are still around. And we're hardly hearing frog calls anymore either, because it's not the breeding season. There's no need to call and advertise themselves. There's no reason to scare away other males or attract females. It absolutely is the largest frog we have. Bullfrogs are by far the largest frogs we have. So this is very small. A bullfrog will snap one of these things up for breakfast. In fact, it'll probably eat 20 of them for breakfast. I remember we filmed a lot of action with bullfrogs not long ago. The only bullfrogs we get here on Pride lands are the African bullfrogs. We don't get the giant bullfrog, which can be up to 3 times larger than the African bullfrog. Isn't that amazing? And it's basically just a huge mouth that just goes around and gobbles everything that it can find. But the giant bullfrogs have started to hibernate. The tadpoles have evolved into small adult frogs, or juvenile frogs that are basically look like the adults, and they've moved off, and they're all going to bury themselves now when it's drier, and wait until the next big rains. And we talked about the bullfrogs needing very specific things. They need at least about 60 millimeters of rain to fall in the early part of summer that softens the ground enough for them to burrow out, and also allows these what they call ephemeral pans to fill up with water where they breed and mate and raise their youngsters. So it's pretty spectacular. They don't usually occur in big dams like this, usually just in shallow pans of water. Still all's quiet. We saw a giraffe at the western end of the dam. But apart from that, the only life that we're finding is a few banded groundlings flying about, and these platannas, clawed frogs. And the groundlings are all around us, actually. There's one right in front of you there, Niels. Don't know if you can see it. There's a elephant track just in front of you. And there's one of the banded groundlings sitting right there, waiting for us to move and catch an insect. But in the meantime, we'll send you over to Tswalu.
Welcome back, everybody. And we have found a rather large herd of oryx actually in the dunes further west. It is so gorgeous seeing such a great number of them together. If you look across this entire section, it's just oryx all over the show. And this is the nice thing about the greenery, is that the population is busy booming all over the show. You can see there's a lot of calves, a lot of youngsters that came along with the breeding season. And that's one female, and it's like literally the kindergarten happening there. Female with youngsters all over the show. And the thing is that desert animals also know when there's good rain times coming and so on, especially looking at springbuck and oryx. I mean, oryx being your most predominant antelope in the Kalahari bush, especially in the green Kalahari, they flourish out and about, especially coming back to that sweet felt environment that we spoke about earlier on. But just so amazing seeing all these youngsters. Look at those tiny horns actually starting to develop quite nicely. They have just changed their color. Look at the mother keeping them all together. As I was saying, the color has just changed into oryx coloration. They used to be reddish in color about 2 months ago and a month ago or so, because the thing is that they are meant and set to be blending in with the red soil environment. And so as they can't really walk the long distances that the mothers do during the day to feed and so on, she saves their energy, and so that is why they get, I want to say that it's going to sound harsh, but I want to say they get locked up in a creche, for instance, for the day. And then in the evenings, when she comes back to where the calf was blending in the whole day with that reddish color, it is actually then getting to the point where the calf has saved enough energy to survive throughout this hot temperature that we're currently experiencing, actually. But now they are strong enough to do so already, to follow the actual herd. But the thing is also, like a year ago, 2 years ago, we haven't really had a strong population boom happening like now during this season, basically, with all the rain that we've had and that we've been experiencing. You can see these females have got extremely strong, sharp, straight, long horns, much longer than the bulls, because your bulls are fighting and wearing and tearing those horns when they're fighting against each other, and also protecting themselves when they fend for themselves in their territories. Versus if you look at these females, they've got extremely long, sharp, straight horns. And that is basically when they ever get attacked by a pack of dogs in the dunes, for instance, or coalition of cheetahs, or anything that could be coming across here, clan of hyenas, they are extremely accurate with those horns. And the old farmers that used to farm in this area, they used to have a saying, if you toss a small stone towards their horns, they can actually flick it away. So oryx possibly could become the best baseball player in Africa, actually. So yeah, they are that accurate at the horns, actually. Just nice to see that whole combination of them all coming together now. But yeah, so what they do is also, if they do get attacked by the pack of dogs or any predator that's causing any harm to them, they do like elephants. So they hide the young, especially those ones to the right-hand side of the herd. They would hide them in the middle of the herd, and the females would, like soldiers, would stand with their swords being on the head, facing towards the predator that's attacking from the attacking side. Guys, just look at that stunning image, combining that stunning Kalahari image together with the oryx in that landscape. I mean, that is just so beautiful. Look at that red dune top in the backdrop, the silver cluster leaf trees on top, looking at that entire setting of the mountains adding up to there as well. It is just so stunning looking that entire view. But yeah, a true Kalahari image. The Kalahari is not the Kalahari without oryx in it. Strath, you asking if oryx have the longest horns? They actually are some of the antelope and some of the biggest, well, some of the bigger antelope that has got extremely long horns, actually. They can pull it up to a good 42 inches in length, and in that horn length and so. But yeah, you get actually where kudus with their curls in their horns, and especially very matured kudus that's about 8 to 9 to 10 years of age, those bends and curls in those horns can easily pull it to 65 inches of horn length. So yeah, you do get kudu having much longer horns because of the curls and the bends and the stretch of the horn, whereas the sharp straight horn is just like a ruler measuring straight out. But yeah, it is so beautiful looking at this image. In fact, we have had, I kid you not, there is literally about close to 60 to 100 oryx that's just been all around us. The others are closer to the dune side, on the other side, to our western side, but it's straight into the sun. It's not the greatest image at the moment. So yeah, stunning to see these guys down here in the dune street, actually, with the sun behind us, actually. Guys, there's something interesting, and you might have heard this before as well. Oryx is described also as a horse-like antelope. Look at that tail of that oryx just approaching underneath that bush. And you can see actually, in fact, the rest of their tails waving around the whole time. It's a typical horse-like tail that you're looking at there, described as the arid horse-like antelope. So yeah, so beautiful seeing that tails and this horse-like antelope in its true full-on image in a desert environment, and waving away the last flies that's irritating them at the moment. Full out in the hot sun, adapted completely to survive. We're going to send you back over to Trishala.
I'm having a great start to this drive. Now I'm on Chitwa and I have these beautiful elephants going about their business, scattered all along in this area full of lush grass. Oh, I love to hear them move like this. There's two quite small ones here. This is this large one that you're looking at there. That's the only female that I've seen so far, actually. The other two that we opened with, those were males. There's one on my right that's a male, and there's these two little ones. Lots of boys in this herd. I can still see more further back too. In the distance, can you see them? I love it when they come streaming through. Looks like we just missed them having a drink at the dam. Their lips are all wet, their lower lips. Just amazing. I can sit and watch them all day. I remember we went through those few days where we couldn't find elephants for like 4 days. I was devastated. Hi, Kim. You say you didn't know that elephants had lips? Perhaps it's the wrong word. Lower part of their mouth. They certainly don't have lips in our sense, with the type of skin we have on our lip, but the lip is just the brim of your mouth. It doesn't have to necessarily look like our lips, so if we look there we go. So the brim of the mouth is the lip, which makes sense because, you know, when you talk about a can or a container, and then the lip of the container is the edge of the container. So what we have is also a lip. I think we just get used to this, to using it in the human sense, where we have a different kind of skin on our lips compared to the rest of the body. In fact, that upper lip and the nose is what's fused to give you the trunk. So just think of it as the brim of a mouth. That's all a lip is. I love when they're scattered like this and they just keep walking towards us, so relaxed. It'll be interesting as the seasons start to change to see how their diet will change. They tend to prioritize grass, and in the wet season that's when the grass is really, really great. But grass grows seasonally as well. It's not like trees that will stay lush if there's lots and lots of nutrients and water around. Grass needs to work in a cycle because it grows from the bottom down. It doesn't grow like trees where at the edges it grows outwards. So I think these elephants are going to take advantage of the grass as long as they can, and then of course they'll move on to leaves as this wet season comes to a close. I'm going to move on to the dam though, not to leaves, and see if there's more elephants there. And I'm going to send you over to Mike at Prrivate and see what's happening on his side.
Well, we don't have elephants. We've got cool tracks. These tracks here are ones that Morris, our tracker, did find. This is tracks of a female lion, a lioness. In fact, we're pretty much sure it might have been Lagatha, that lone lioness that roams these areas. In fact, she almost always walks up and down this drainage line, which is Leopard Dam drainage line, and the drainage line close to our camp at Ndlovu Dam. She walked all the way from those thickets over there. She came up, walked along here. You can see this track's nice and beautiful all the way down here. Now, how Morris was able to tell that it was a lioness, I mean, of course, Morris is an expert, so he knows these things. But if you look at this show, I can hear something in the background. There's some animal approaching us. It's probably the giraffe just galloping around the place. But anyway, if I put my hand over this track, is this the track you've got there, Niels?
Yes.
If I put my hand over the track, it's almost the same size as my hand. A leopard's track would have probably fit in the palm of my hand. So it's a really, really cool thing. So if a track that looks like a lion or a leopard is larger than the palm of your hand, it's most likely a lion. If it fits in the palm of your hand, if you've got reasonably biggish hands, then it'll be a leopard. But anyway, she walked all the way along this drainage line towards the dam, which was what is a very large animal making noise somewhere behind us. Can't see it. Might be an elephant flapping its ears, or maybe, I don't know, doing something. Who knows what it is, but it's pretty exciting. A lot of animals use these drainage lines because of the soft sand and because of the lush green vegetation. There's usually lots of shade, plenty to eat, and for a predator like this lioness, plenty to hunt. We're walking in the opposite direction to where her tracks went. These tracks are not fresh. These are from yesterday, so it's likely that she's by now quite far from this area. But it's always interesting to see. And of course, they are animals of habit. So if she's walked here once, she'll walk here again. And there's every chance that she'll come back through here in the next day or two after doing a big circuit of what would potentially be her territory. She's a young lioness, so it's not necessary that she's territorial just yet. She's probably just avoiding the other lions. But over time, I'm sure she's going to start mating with some of the big males and start giving birth to some youngsters, and then maybe carve out a territory of her own, which would be so good. It would be so good to have her sticking around this area that she has been doing, but raising a family, the next generation of Pridelands lions. But you see, as you see ahead, the path splits. Do we choose the path less traveled? I think that's always a good idea.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner, and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa, kuanzia mwaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu, wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
We're still watching our beautiful elephants here. But there's a tiny, 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 tiny one. This is the mum of the tiny one. But the tiny one's actually just behind this bush to her left. So we're just going to wait and see if it comes out again. They'll usually be very, very close to mum. So listen, oh, I can just see a shadow. Come on, come to mum. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that too cute? Baby Ellies are just so beautiful and they bring so much joy. Their cute trunks, look at that. Their little ears. This one is definitely under a year old. I would say even maybe 6 months or under 6 months rather. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Hi, Sizwe. You'd like to know how long this calf will stay at mum's side for? Well, if it's a female, it'll stay in the herd for life. But I know what you mean, Sizwe, like at mum's side as in constantly in tow with mum. Only for about the first 2 years will it be so tightly next to mum. After that, it'll start to form little groups with other youngsters and they'll play together. But mum will always be in sight. The sun is just beautiful, beautiful. This herd is just scattered all over the place. Each time we drive, we keep finding more and more and more. And they're all elephants of quite different ages as well. So elephants are weaned. It's quite a broad range, but 3 to 5 years. In between that time, they'll be weaned. And obviously, in that time, they want to stay quite close to mum, and she'll not have another calf while she's still weaning the current one. And so calves will stay very close to her at that time, or before that time rather. And then once, if it is a male calf, then once it's independent, it will start to be pushed out by mum. And that's also quite a wide range, around 10 to 15. Hi Jess, you'd like to know, when do they learn to use their trunks properly? Under a year, it is very comical to watch them use their trunk because they're very clumsy with it. And then after a year, they start to get much better because after a year, it actually matters what they're eating. Before that, they're relying very much and very heavily on mum's milk and acquiring the different bacteria they need in order to digest the cellulose in all the vegetation around us. So it's sort of play eating before that. Still meaningful, but not as meaningful as later on when they're really actually consuming vegetation and their digestive system is fully kicked in. So about 1.5 to 2 years, their trunk is really starting to be used properly. And then around 3, they go, or 3 or 4, then they start to look a little clumsy again because they start to imitate the adults in a like in a fanciful way. They try to be too fancy, and so it looks clumsy again. Like, you know, in the way that they hit grass against them to loosen soil, they try to do it in a fancy way, and then they throw stuff on their heads and all of that. And then it settles down again after they're fully weaned, and then they realize, oh wait, I actually need to eat properly. Very, very sweet. Well, now they're moving further into the thickets and out of our sight, but we're going to send you over to Ngala. They're at the dam, and I am going to go up onto Chitwa dam wall.
Welcome back. So we're still here, just spending some time with this white-faced whistling ducks there. So the reason why you find them more around in these water holes, also, number one, because they can get to swim around, especially when it's this warm, when you have feathers on your body. Every now and then you have to swim around. But then also there's a little bit of a breeze, so where they're standing, they're getting some nice breeze there. Oh, it was just a hippo that got its head up just now. And right there, we have a very interesting bird, and then it took off. Just landed right here. Let's have another look. You can see on the chest, there's like bands. You have that black one, and then white, and another black. And look on the top of the head, there's a bit of brown. Right in the front of the head, a bit of white. And that is a 3-banded plover. Quite a very busy bird. Also, they feed on little invertebrates that are found around the water. As you can see, it's moving around and picking up some food. Such a stunning little bird there. And with these plovers, you normally find them in and around water holes most of the time. Ooh, there's a bit of a sound in the distance there. Can you guys see that? Just put his head way down again. That was a hippo there. Coming up on the surface of the water to take a little breath, and then goes back down again. If we wait a little bit, maybe you might come up again. Well, there it is. Then back down again. So it's quite interesting how you don't see a lot of antelopes around this waterhole. Maybe it's because yesterday there were these lions around in this waterhole here. Maybe that's why they don't come anywhere close to this place. But for now, while we're still sitting here, I'm going to send you to Mike and Pride Lands.
So what we have here is a termite mound, probably an old termite mound, probably not active anymore, but it could well be. And what's interesting about this termite mound is that it's in a very big, open, eroded area. And as you can see, this termite mound has created a little enriched soil area that allows this purple pod cluster leaf to grow here. And in doing so, it's created a sheltered environment, which is amazing, because in this sodic area that you see around us here, there is not much life. There's probably old overgrazed land from before Pride Lands was a conservancy, and then when rain fell, it eroded and it created an area that's not conducive to life. But as you can see, succession has happened here. You've got some pioneer species over here clinging to life, stabilizing the soil in the area. Then as you go, you start to get more climax communities, all the way until the full climax community. This grass here, this grass is called buffalo grass, and there's a whole clump of it growing in here. But this grass only grows in the most sheltered environments with nice, rich, stable soils. So you can see in this area, which is completely overgrazed, almost a barren patch, there is able to be a climax community in here, which is really spectacular because this will slowly spread. Think about the winter, the dry winter. As dust blows, it will collect amongst this debris, amongst these grasses. As the grass dies, it will break down. Termites, if there are some in here, will take that grass material under the ground in a process that's known as bioturbation, which is basically just when they bring enriched soil to the surface and take nutrient-rich nutrient-rich organic matter down under the ground. And then it will enrich this whole area and it will get more and more life. But you can see this tree is barely clinging to life. You can see all this dead wood all around here. Very little of the bark. You see just over here is the only bit of bark that's left here that's keeping this tree safe and intact and transporting nutrients. And in fact, the termites are still active here. This is an active termite mound. The reason why I say that is because if I come over here, you can see there is some termite mud just on the side of that tree right over there, and it's eating away. Where you see this pale wood here, it's where it's eaten away at the outer layer, and it's exposing that which has been protected from the sun. The grey wood there is bleached by the sun, so it's slowly being brought back into the soil. But it's quite a wonderful thing that this really is an island. We always think of islands as these little patches in the middle of oceans where there's some green life, maybe some sand. But there can be islands in all sorts of different places, just like this island of nutrients in this barren area.
We're here at the dam. We just had some really beautiful fish eagles just quite close to us, but they flew off just in time, unfortunately, or just in bad time. But at least we still get a good view of the dam. I see that pied kingfisher, my favorite, one of my favorites. Hard for me it is to say that. There's a little hippo indaba going on there, or hippo meeting happening at the bottom of that dead tree. Lovely. Now, one of my favorite things out here, or especially at Chitwa Dam to watch, is that pied kingfisher that's just on the edge of that dead tree, a little bit higher. Where are you sitting? It's always so, little bit higher, I think. Where are you? I can see it with my eyes, and then I can't see it with the camera. Oh, and now it's flown. That's okay. Well, we have some promising things to follow up on this side. For example, there are some tracks for leopard in the area where usually you would find, or we would find, a Tandi. It's on Shirombe Road in Chitwa. But there's also the wild dogs that are close by. And their movements are a little unpredictable at the moment, but we're going to be following up on both of those possibilities today. We'll give the wild dogs some time because they needed to cool down a little bit before they're going to start getting really active and start hunting. So we'll give it a bit of time, and then we'll check where the leopard tracks were, see if we'll get lucky there. I mean, really, if we get lucky on both fronts, that would be awesome. But I always love to show you Chitwa Dam because I know for so many of you, it's your favorite dam. But now I'm going to move on, get going with our mission, and we'll send you over to Tswalu.
We've come across this gorgeous herd of springbuck as well, as we've driven across further west over these beautiful dune streets. A very, very stunning amount of antelope we're actually getting out and about. But yeah, gorgeous seeing them in the bottom of the dune street. Strangely enough that these animals are all in the sun. And the thing is that there's a slight bit of a breeze that started blowing actually. And if you look at the back of that one's actually opening up, you'll see, like on some of them actually, these are mostly females, but on some of them, they've got if you go to the Latin name, it actually, well, it stands out as marsupialis, and that marsupialis name comes out as a pouch that they carry on the back, and it's actually not a pouch, it's actually a gland that is situated in the pouch at the back on to unfolding books pages, basically. And so they open up that back just a tiny bit to when they're actually pronking, they open it up completely like a broad white band. But what they're doing here is they open it up just a tiny bit to catch that cool breeze with a thin piece of layer of skin in that patch that comes through there, but also reflecting light at the same time while this cool breeze is catching that thin piece of layer of skin. So that is the reasoning behind being able to lie in the sun. And you can see they were feeding coming through here, and then just decided, you know what, it's not really needed for us to stress about anything else. We can just relax in the sun here. We've got these adaptations to do the out and about in the sun formation, so it's perfectly fine. But stunning to see that multicolors on these antelope as we come across these herds and herds of animals driving out west. Now, springbuck, talking about the herds, springbuck were occurring thousands of years, well, basically 500 years to 600 years ago, roughly, we could say, even up to about 300 years ago. Springbuck used to migrate in Africa between the western sections of South Africa over into the rest of the Kalahari, into Botswana, and then even into some sections in the Karoo as well, you would find some herds of springbuck. But yeah, generally up into the areas of South Angola and areas like that. But yeah, majority over the western sections of South Africa, you used to get these massive migratory routes of herds and herds of springbuck that used to be going at about, well, roughly 600 to 1,000, I kid you not, in herds migrating and following the green pastures of Africa as they could follow the arid regions. So speaking of arid regions and being in large herds as a survival strategy, what they used to do, these days you basically get them in smaller herds, obviously, because of the amount of terrain that is given to them to live onto. Obviously, Tswalu being a massive game reserve, a massive landscape, being equivalenting the size of the country Luxembourg, basically. So it's a massive, massive piece of landscape, and animals can migrate. So herds of springbuck are getting close to what it used to be hundreds of years ago. You could easily get springbuck herds in the Kalahari up to about 100 in a herd that you could get in, especially in the green Kalahari, because our rainfall is sitting between 250 to 350 mils a year. And so that is our annual rainfall. But this season, we have cleared now well over 500 millimeters of rain. I mean, that is almost double our annual rainfall for the season. And so that is actually dictating that our herds could become a bit more. And as you can see, there is actually a tiny springbok baby to the well, 3/4 to the left of the screen that we can see, and you can actually see you can see the ears moving every now and again. So there's a springbok lamb lying down out and about close to its mother over there. That is really cool. That thing that literally looks like a rock. So that is all signs of population of springbok recovering and the Kalahari doing really well as well. And in the droughts, we had a massive drought in 2015, which I might have said before, but that drought was so dramatic that we've literally seen animals that is desert adapting animals that were battling to survive, actually. So the populations and the herd structures and numbers really didn't look that high and as healthy as now. And then in 2017, we had another flash flood that came through. 2018, we had like a proper stretch of a drought leaping over into 2019. So it's 2 consecutive droughts that we had in the last 7 years that it took these springbok to actually recover. Being desert animals, you think about it through climate change and all of that happening in the world throughout this lockdown period that's been happening. And so nature's just taken its roots also so much back to its natural state, and almost it was like nature was held in a cage, and it was literally just been exploding when the world got to a standstill. Now, I'm not saying the world should stay to a standstill, but I am saying that it's good for us to realize that we should look after nature much more than the way we have. So we can see it happening looking at these beautiful abundance of springbok coming through in this area, that nature is recovering quite nicely with this abundance of rain that came through as well. But yeah, we should work even harder for conservational purposes, and this is what makes us so proud as a conservation team on Tswalu, especially achieving our goals so much. So yeah, it's really, really incredible actually being part of a conservation concept that's really driving it back to its wilderness state and really doing so well. In the same time, we're going to keep on going on our bumble and see what else we can find in this beautiful, vast wilderness. And we're going to send you back over to Mike.
So we're in a place that looks a bit like the Kalahari Desert right now. We've got another great example of the succession we just showed you with that purple pod cluster leaf on the termite mound. We are sitting, I'm sitting here in a completely barren patch. There's nothing going on here. This is hard, crusty soil. See, my finger has to break through a crust in order to get any sort of infiltration. Any seeds that land here will just blow. But here we've got this elephant dung. This elephant was moving through here and they defecate frequently. It defecated here, and amongst the elephant dung were some seeds of grasses, and then the grass seeds germinate. Other animals come and nibble. You can see some of the dried seeds are actually in here right now. I don't know if you can see that, Neil. It's just in there by my thumb. There's some dried seeds. And this is going to create more life, and other, decomposers are going to come and break this down. Termites are going to break this dung down into its nutrient parts. And this is going to become a little island of life just in this little section here. I mean, it's absolutely wonderful to see this area being rejuvenated. I mean, from a barren area that can't really sustain much, this, I think, in a couple of years' time, will be a wonderful grassland that will have lots of animals coming to graze here. I mean, even as it is, this pale soil that you see here, this is rich in salts. And so you'll find lots of animals coming to actually lick here to get the nutrients from the soil. But imagine if they could get that nutrients just by eating the grass and vegetation. Now, if you look behind me, you can even see all over here, there's all this impala dung from what was a midden during the rutting season, which is going to happen again soon. Now, this is also creating, and I mean, they'll use this over and over again, time and time again. And so this is slowly starting to turn into a little vegetated area. It's incredible to see how the landscape can change in such a short time. I mean, actually, there's one over here, Niels. Come have a look at this. I don't know if I'm making you walk. Just look over here. Look how the dung spreads. Look how it moves here. All of this just turning into a beautiful... It's at the moment a pioneer community. It's still the first levels, but give it a year. Some dust will accumulate here, some more seeds, and it'll become even more rich in variety and diversity. Remember, everything we do with conservation is really aimed at, protecting biodiversity. That's what will protect our planet from damage in the long term. And so the more biodiverse an area, the better it is. So an area like this, reflecting heat, it's not so good, but with the soil slowly changing, adding more different things, it can sustain more life. It's going to be wonderful. In fact, I can see one animal that's been really enjoying this particular area, and that's a scrub hare. Hello, Neil. Niels, can you see this little dung right at the end there of my little magic wand? That is the dung pellet of a scrub hare. And that's obviously been coming here to feed on some of this nutritious vegetation, and in doing so adds its own little bit of nutrients to the soil that will slowly, as it rains, as the sun bleaches it and it breaks down, will turn into more nutrients for the soil. It's actually very cool. This stuff here, if I can hold it just over here, and if you can see, if I break it open, it turns into completely fine particles. It's like dust, okay? Scrub hares have an interesting digestive system in that they actually digest everything they eat twice. Now, a scrub hare's first defecation looks a bit like a green toothpastey kind of, it's like gel. They actually eat that. Jono, I don't think that dung beetles do eat the dung or this pellet of scrub hares. And the reason being is because, as I was just explaining now, the first defecation that comes out of a scrub hare is this moist thing, which maybe could get used by a dung beetle, but they immediately eat that. Scrub hares immediately eat that, and they redigest it, and what comes out is this very, very dry pellet. They are experts at getting absolutely everything they can out of the sparse food that they eat, because just look around here, there isn't much, right? So if it's living around here, it has to make do with whatever it can get. Right? And they actually have an interesting system. It's not a ruminant. Many animals that chew their food more than once will sometimes be called ruminants. This animal that chews its food more than once externally, this is actually called a cecophage. They've got this special pouch in their stomach which keeps this undigested material that they can redigest externally. Or they excrete it and then they redigest it. Very interesting stuff. Wonderful area. Wonder what other little gems we'll find in this little spot here. Sometimes walking through areas like this, I really can think that I'm stuck somewhere like the Kalahari.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far. For all of you WildEarth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumble crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
So we've just come across another 4 springbuck, actually, with the same dune street that we've been descending in a bit, well, earlier on. And we've just come a bit further south and we just come across another 4 of them. As I said, yeah, there's a lot of animals actually in this dune street, and it's just so special coming across all of these different species of animals. And a vast amount of them actually in this dune streets. As you can see, the population's lifted up quite nicely. So as we're looking at these, this springbuck male, actually, he's a strong territorial male. You can see he's just smelling the young springbuck female there. And the thing is that these females actually have come through his territory. And so these males will obviously, you'll see just out of a sexual dimorphism situation there, you'll see the male being in the center of the screen, and he's actually the territorial male of this landscape, having the broad based longer horns as opposed to the female on the left, and on his right you'll see the horns are much thinner on those females. Look at that nice stretch on that female on the left hand side, grooming herself as well. And they've got a really good, from a grooming point of view, is that they've got a really good set of teeth like impala on the front bottom jaw, and it's like a comb-like structure that cleans the ectoparasites. Oh, it looks like he's just picked up on one of the creepers in the horns there. And the same way it happens with lots of your territorial male antelope, is that they rub their horns through the edges of bushes and so on. Sometimes their horns gets entangled with the creeper plants within the environment and so you can see this guy was rubbing that preorbital glands just off onto the surfaces. Now it's actually irritating him. Now he's like almost frustrated. What to do now? How am I going to get this off my horns? But yeah, very cool. As I was saying, the males will battle against each other for their territories, and then when the winner male obviously wins the territory, he will keep on expanding his landscape, obviously just to prove a point to the females that comes through his territory, showing them that he survived for such a long time. There we go, marking his dung midden over there, where he's urinating also on top of it, keeping the fresh scent there, and there comes the defecation as well. Being a territorial male, I'm keeping my scent fresh in the area, and I'm placing my messages all over here. We're communicating all sorts of messages like sexual status, reproductive status, emotional status, local status. It's a whole line of Facebooking happening right there. Debbie, you wondering if these guys are similar to Thompson's gazelle? They do belong to the same tribal family, from the smaller to medium-sized antelope, but different species. You have the springbuck being the southern African species, and then Thompson's gazelle are further north in Africa. The thing is that Thompson's gazelle, the horns are very differently shaped as well. Springbuck has got a thick base at the horns, bending out to a wide bend to the sides, whereas Thompson's gazelle's more narrower horns that you see there, but similar colorations that you can get on the springbuck versus the Thompson's gazelle. But yeah, very interesting that as the females, coming back to my original story, the females coming through his area, he'll then become the mating preference of those females, because the longer he's proven to those females that he's actually survived all this time, he's actually he's survived all of this period in time. So it's actually that he will become the mating preference for those females, because the females will look at him from the point of view of, listen, I want that man's genes, and I want my kids to be like that as well. So it'll be a strong bloodline that they'll literally inherit and pass over onto their offspring. But yeah, that's the cool picture and view that we are literally seeing here from the bigger ways of understanding it. In the meantime, we're going to send you back over to another gorgeous destination.
Hello everybody, well we're just on the edge of, can you see them coming out in the open there? Can't believe this everybody, we've got some lesser moorhen chicks. There's the adult on the right, and chicks. I cannot believe this. I'm so excited. You got it, Mpho?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. I could not believe it a moment ago. We found 3 birds, 1 flew off. Couldn't really see it because it went skulkily into the shadow, and then it left 2 very downy little black birds. I wasn't sure what they were until they started swimming. I swam over to Mum. We got both of them, the adult and the chick. Yeah. And there's another chick coming from the back there in the thickets. I cannot believe it. This is a first for me. This is a first for me. Seeing lesser moorhens is very special, but to see their chicks, blessed. Is she going to come out in the open again? There we go. She's stepping through the vegetation. They're quite good climbers, walking through the vegetation looking for aquatic insects. I had thought that maybe they had moved, because they are migrants. How special. Well, I'll take that any day. That'll trump mating leopards any day of the week. Lesser moorhen chicks. Oh, weird. You're looking at the adult there, Mpho. Can you see the chick is just above it, eh? Just above it to the left. It's busy feeding on the grass there. 2 of them. I'm not sure if you can see it. Tammy, well, I think this might be a first for many people. I mean, the lesser moorhen, for one, is not an easy bird to see. But to see it with chicks, goodness me. And they were so exposed. They were right here on the other side of the watering hole. I was very surprised. Mum flew off and left them. And then I was like, what are you? They were just dark, no pigment of any kind, and then they looked like they had decent-sized feet. I thought to myself, are these little crakes? And then it started swimming. And I was like, oh no, that is a moorhen. But until I saw the adult, I wasn't certain. Good mummy. Those chicks are brand spanking new. There won't be any migrating until they're big enough to fly. Well, Liam, first of all, they're migratory, but second of all, they were regarded as a very skulky bird. You see this sort of dense vegetation on the side of the pan. You've got to really look for them. I mean, we would have driven right past here if we hadn't have seen them out in the open a moment ago, we probably would have just completely ignored it. To see these kind of birds that we call skulky, they like to hide in this rank vegetation on the sides of riverbeds, and they're very quiet. They don't make a lot of noise, so you've actually got to really know what you're looking for if you want to find them. Although they are quite colourful, when they're in the thickets like that, you don't see them. There's probably more than we are aware of, considering this is now the third pan within the area that we have seen them at. First one that we've seen chicks, though. Can you see the chick there, Paul? It's just running to the back there now. You see the grass is moving. No, it's gone behind the vegetation. I can just see it moving there. See it directly 3 o'clock there. Just see it moving, very black. There we go, you see what the adult is moving with the long grass? Behind it by a meter. But we can stay with the adult for now. The adult will probably reveal the chicks. This is so special to see it out in the open. Hey, the chick is coming towards the mum. Very young development. They didn't even seem to have much in the way of feathers. It was mainly down. One of the better views that we've had of the moorhen as well. Of course, right, man. It's a great thing that they're bred. They normally do breed every year. They are a breeding migrant. So some birds won't breed if conditions aren't suitable, but it's possible that this group has even had a second clutch because it's quite late in the season. But to be honest, I don't know enough about their breeding, so I'm going to have to check. But they're definitely a breeding migrant. So in years of good rainfall, they're more abundant than normal, so that's definitely why. So the breeding dates in South Africa, January, February, March, low percentage in March. So January, Feb, most, and then March, small amount. So newly hatched young covered with black down, except for bare reddish brown spot on the crown. So that's what they look like. Bill is black with distal half white. Fledgling period 35 to 38 days. They'll be independent at 5 to 6 weeks, but right now they were just floating around it. Oh, I hope we can get them on camera again. They were very cool. I thought they were... Here we go. I can see a youngster just through that gap again. You see where it's moving? Just above her, the baby's behind. Just a little bit behind. Hey, look how cool that is. Come on, show us your babies. Christopher, so a moorhen is not exactly a duck. I suppose they do look quite similar, but they are adapted to the aquatic life. I mean, the small birds' turnaround period's pretty quick, you know. It's not very slow. The larger you get, the quicker, or the slower that whole station happens. But 5 to 6 weeks for independence. Bearing in mind the turnaround period, they're going to have to migrate north. Some of them might stay over winter if conditions are suitable. Well, that just made my day. Absolutely. So sometimes they are double brooded, which means that they might have a second clutch if the season is suitable. Average of 6 eggs, sometimes 10. Very interesting. Constantly learning. Well, yes, Nirvana, any sort of aquatic bird like this is subject to egg predation through monitor lizards and snakes. The birds themselves are subject to genets and cats, birds of prey, fish eagles, monitor lizards as well, crocodiles. But their occurrence in this sort of rank vegetation does conceal them a lot. It's a perfect habitat. They've got very large feet for walking on those reeds and also for swimming. So they do alleviate quite a lot of the predation that could, she comes out in the open. Well, very good. Talking about predators of these, let's send you over to Tswalu, who's got a bird of prey.
Would you just look at that? Look at that stunning bird of prey. And such an iconic one of this particular environment. This is called a black-chested snake eagle. And these guys, if you look at their bulls are very well designed to rip the flesh of snakes, especially. It doesn't say because he's a snake eagle, he doesn't just hunt on, well, he does just hunt on snakes, and so he goes mostly for rodents and small other birds in the environment. If you look at the mother plant, the camel thorn tree that is sitting on there, there's a lot of those southernmost weaver's nest around on that tree itself, and he's scouting from that area there to see if there's small birds coming into these nests that he could possibly grab onto as well. But yeah, very cool from that scouting position, seeing that stunning black chest that he's having, and then obviously, well, all the way onto the breast that's got that white breast feathers all the way across to the actual talons and so. But yeah, such a cool bird. The snake eagles being very, very pronounced with the block-shaped head that they have. But look at that broad head he's got as well. Looking around with that binocular vision and just scanning to see if he can find any snakes. No. So what they do generally is with the mountain in the backdrop that you can see there, there's a lot of anabatic and katabatic winds that happens close to the mountains early mornings and late afternoons. And so what happens is, obviously the heat from the rocks that goes up onto the tops of the mountains, he will then, well, obviously hot air will rise and the hot air goes up the slope and it reaches a peak point on the top of the mountain. So then this bird will go and practice what you call aerial perching. And so that binocular visual he will literally sit and float on that wind while he makes use of that binocular vision. And especially around the mountains, he catches then snakes, particularly like the black spitting cobra, as well as some Cape cobras that could be in that environment, but also here in the dunes, especially Cape cobras. Every now and again, you could get some smaller snakes like the horned adders and so, in the dune fields especially. A lot of these signed winders that could be in these areas. But just looking at that bird and looking how, like, it's almost a short, stocky type of eagle. And this entire build of this body all the way up to the shape of the bill, this entire thing is actually built to fight a snake, for instance. Okay, FC, could you please repeat that question? That came through quite tough. Sam, you are wondering what color is the eyes of this bird. He's actually got golden yellow eyes, more or less, to a bronzy color. And the color of the eyes is actually very iconic on these brown, well, these I almost said brown snake eagle, the black-chested snake eagles. And you'll find that the color of the eyes is nothing really to do. It sometimes has to do with the type of color vision or the black and white vision that they look at and look through to and whatsoever. But yeah, looking at that color of that eyes, you're looking at about a yellow, bronzy, golden type of shine of eye color there that comes through. So to tell you an interesting story that I've seen before, and driving in the mountain sections especially, the one morning drive, I've gone out to the northern sections of the reserve, and we drove through the mountains, and on one of the roads on the base edge of the mountain, I literally saw the black-chested snake eagle hovering on the top of the mountain, and I said to my guest, we must look and have a look and see what he's doing. And he actually came diving down from that aerial perched position, and he came flying down, hitting the ground with speed, and he literally picked up a snake while he grabbed it in speed, and you literally saw this massive cobra tangling in the air, and this cobra just like fighting in the air, trying to survive. This bird literally flew up like roughly 700 to 800 meters in height from the surfaces with the snake in his talons, and he literally let go. The snake came flying through the air, dropped into the ground, and he didn't have to fight the snake at all, actually. The snake was so afraid from just heights and flying that we literally just saw the snake in the air tangling the whole time. And obviously when it fell down onto the ground, you can imagine it's not alive at that given point anymore. Then the bird came flying down slowly, dropped onto his meal for the evening, well, for the morning in that matter, and then he actually had a good feast. But yeah, very interesting, that sighting that I've seen actually the one time from these guys. It's a very, very stunning bird actually, to watch their behavior from that. Ducky, Ducky, you're wondering if the venom, or you're asking actually if the venom can affect, or why doesn't it affect the bird itself? And so the venom actually can affect the bird for sure, but it works like the same with meerkats. The more they consume the actual snakes and so on, eating, sometimes they actually get rid of the venom sacs and so on. They actually, by the fangs, they sometimes just don't eat that, but the more they consume it, like ingesting it, the more they get to a point where they actually become immune against it in that way. But at the bigger picture of things is that you get to the point of this gorgeous bird being also designed on its legs, where it's handling the snake, and it grabs the snake just behind the head majority of the time. And the snakes, these snake eagles especially, being specializing on hunting snakes, they would have like hardened scales on their legs especially, and that would be, if they do get struck or bitten, that it would not have so much of an effect happening there. But yeah, they are very clever. Whenever they catch these snakes, like a human snake handler, they grab, and we would grab snakes behind the head if you do need to get to that situation with snakes in, like, say, for instance, a building or whatsoever, from a human point of view, needing to manhandle the snake and releasing it safely in a certain other area again. But yeah, very clever hunters, rather than handling snakes unnecessarily just in the central sections of their bodies. They know exactly how to do it to not be affected at the certain given time when they actually hunt on these snakes. And so, very clever hunters, really, really specialists in what they do, not being affected most of the time. At the same time, we are going to keep on bumbling down this road, and we're going to send you back over to Pridelands.
We managed to find a giraffe, in fact three giraffes. This looks like a male. There might be some some females around. But this one's just watching us. We've got the sun directly behind us. We've left those open clearings and come back towards Leopard Dam, and this giraffe is now wondering what we are, because we're standing in the sun, but with the sun behind us, it's not 100% sure. And I think if I can feel the wind is also in our favor. So it's all movement, but it's not sure what we are. As you can see, it's being harassed by oxpeckers right now on its face. There are oxpeckers all over its face trying to pick at any parasites that might be on its fur. And because it's quite interested in us, it's not really bothering about trying to chase them off. As we were walking up and it didn't know we were here, it was chasing the oxpeckers quite frequently. And so you can see how intently they can ignore all these little distractions when they want to know if they're safe or not. Now it's still flicking its tail quite a lot, which makes me think that it's not all that bad. And giraffes are curious creatures, especially these big males. There's not much they have to be afraid of, to be honest. Lions maybe a little bit, but otherwise nothing's really bothering them. They're pretty happy to walk around, especially if they're in a group. There's no reason for them to be afraid, so they might stand there and watch us for a little bit of time. Now their sense of hearing is amazing. So I'm sure, even with my voice being low like this, I'm sure this giraffe can hear us. It's wondering, what on earth are these people doing? What on earth are they playing at? We had giraffes very close on our bushwalk this morning. The closest they were probably about 15 meters, maybe even closer. But just every time we tried to put the camera up, they were very camera shy. They kept moving away. But this big male, obviously, very handsome. And he knows it. Just hope it's a male. Goodness, let me put my binoculars up and have a closer look. It looks like it's got quite thick ossicones. Yeah, nice thick horns on top of its head. Those ossicones still quite furry. They don't look completely bald just yet, which means that it hasn't started fighting for females just yet. Linda, it's funny you should ask. I don't know if this male giraffe has yet started mating, and I don't know how frequently they will mate, but certainly a big male, like TDH, the big dark male giraffe that's on this area, definitely will mate whenever a female comes into estrus. Now they have a gestation probably just over 15 months. There goes that male just walking off. They've got a gestation maybe about 15 months, something like that. And so the female will give birth, maybe a couple of years, letting the young one grow, then she'll mate again. So a male giraffe with only one female might mate every second year, I'd say. Or every 2 years. No, every 3 years, because it still needs the gestation period as well. So if a giraffe lives 24 years and it starts mating probably around 7 or 8, I'd say. I don't know, I'll have to double check that. But I'd say if you only had one female, probably get a good few mating opportunities. Oh, Steve's still with a really cool bird. He's still got that lesser moorhen. Let's send you over there to have a look.
Indeed. Well, I know that Mike has had a lesser moorhen at Buffalo Pan there on Prideland, so I wonder if they managed to find any of the chicks. So blessed. So nice. We've still got them moving around in the vegetation. Yeah, we're not going to go anywhere while we can still see them. And hopefully the chicks will come out a little bit better for us just now. Before you came to us initially, they were all on the other side of the pan here, and the mum flew over to that side. The chicks looked a little bit like, where's she going? And then they swam through the middle of the water to go and see her. Oh, very cute. You can probably tell that I enjoy my birds, everybody. It is a hobby, it's a passion, and it's something to do all the time. There's always birds. Tom, they just lay their eggs just sort of in the rank vegetation, right up against the bank, probably maybe even on the water itself. a little platform on the water. So on some of the grass, sort of you can see how some of that grass is sort of elevated there. She'll make it right there. It's very flimsy, but they add more material. Eventually becomes a bit thicker. But it doesn't look anything too substantial. It's just a whole lot of little bits of grass stuck together. Sort of the natural way that you would put stuff together between pieces of vegetation like that. Quite well camouflaged, blends in with the environment. So, for example, if you took some of that vegetation, you sort of bending it over, make a little platform, and sort of draw some more stuff inside. Eventually you've got a little cup right there in the middle. So it's kind of away from most predators. Obviously aquatic predators are a problem. Form a little canopy. It's got a diameter of 120 to 180 millimeters. Typically about 15 centimeters above the water. That's obviously to just prevent it from a bit of, obviously from the cold and maybe also from flooding. In Afrikaans, it's called the klein waterhoender, which basically means the small water chicken. Blessings. Klein waterhoender. We've still got the adult tempo. Busy feeding. So we definitely notice that their activity is sort of early morning, late afternoon. Whenever I've tried to find them sort of around the middle of the day or early afternoon, they don't really find them. Okay, everyone. Well, we might stay here a moment longer, or we might head over to Djuma and see what's happening that side.
It's the month of March, and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer, and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply. For many years, WildEarth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Hello everybody, I'm just having a look at some tracks
just south of
that I've just seen.
They're not too far into Chitwa.
Let me send you over to Tswalu quickly. Thank you, Gert.
So folks, we have just had one of the rarest animals just coming across as the temperature fluctuations has been happening actually. We just had an aardwolf that's just come across the dunes fields here, and we trying to get another visual of him. He's just disappeared off into that grasses, but let's just try to pull a tiny bit forward. We might be actually catching another visual there, but we've unfortunately just lost him going into the grasses there. But let's keep on watching it for a tiny bit. He's definitely come into that that section there where the grasses are so tall and long actually. But yes, we both, I want to say we freaked out literally when we came descending down this dune street, because we saw it, a proper hyena shape just coming over the edge of the dune. And being part of the hyena family, being the third member of the hyena family in South Africa, you obviously get the spotted hyena and then the brown hyena, and this is the third member. I think I might be seeing some more movement there. Yeah, he was moving so quick, but I think we just need to give it a bit of time, just to see if we can't see some. There we go. There's some birds fluttering around him there at the back end, and the same functionality as what we spoke about the other day with regards to, well, actually, especially this morning with the aardvark birds and everything like that, following aardvark and the pangolin. The same situation happens with aardwolf, because they do eat on ants and termites and that sort of thing. But yeah, yes, we just had him starting to forage now. He came across, he got a bit of a fright as we descended into this dune street, and he came across the top of the dune, and it literally just ran off towards the top of the dune here, and then suddenly it started foraging again. So as if it was more or less starting to become more relaxed actually. But yeah, I'd say let's see if we can get another gap here on him maybe. So this was my cameraman's first aardwolf ever seen. He said to me this morning he would really like to see an aardwolf, and here it is. That is just incredible. Unfortunately, we haven't had it on the screen yet, but I do think it's there where the birds are flying around, because the birds are benefiting from him in a commensalism symbiotic relationship, where the aardwolf is not being neglected, but the birds are benefiting at the same time. Yes, I couldn't believe my eyes. I have seen aardwolf here before in this dune street actually, and I was actually thinking about it, that the possibilities are there that we might actually see this guy coming across here. And he literally, as we descended into this dune street, he came across the top edge of the dune. So I think we just need to give it another at least 30 seconds to a minute or so, just to see if we can't get another visual here. Maybe it is definitely well worth the wait, for sure. This guy, he's got stripes all over his body actually. Odd looking animal. I definitely agree with everybody hoping to see this guy coming out. I think we just need to be a bit more patient. Just watch it a bit. The grasses are unfortunately very long, and the stripy body that an aardwolf has got is made to blend in with the blades of the grasses. And the thing is, the termites and ants that he's looking for, the same situation as with the aardvark and the pangolin, they all three are looking for the termites and ants, and they are occurring mostly in these grassy savanna environments. And so this is why you see all three of those species in this area. Just as you guys came to us, he's disappeared into the grasses there. But yeah, also because he's very shy, very skittish, and we were kind of hoping that he would still stay a bit longer. But yeah, let's keep on watching and see what happens a bit. I'm actually going to even dim my sound a bit and just keep quiet for a bit. So just to give you a quick pic of this animal that we've just seen, we're going to stay a bit longer here just to have a look. But yeah, there's the stripy body that we've been talking about and the slopey back, typically like your hyena, and stunning ear tips that you can see coming out there. Beautiful hyena type of shaped body. If we quickly have a look at the brown hyena, very slopey back, very similar type of ears that the aardwolf have on that sections over there. But yeah, this is pretty much what we've just seen right now. A very rare endangered species of animal. Very cool. So we're gonna stay a bit longer and just see if we can't pick up anything on him. See some more movement. Otherwise we'll call you back in an instant if we have seen this rare character. We're gonna send you back over to Pridelands.
We have something that you've seen before a few days ago. This was filmed for the first time here at Pridelands, but it's a leadwood that's been pushed over, and where it's been damaged by elephants, it is absolutely covered in these little mango flies. It's a type of fruit fly, and what they're after is the sugary sap of this leadwood. Now, I've never seen this before. I mean, this sap must be quite high in sugar content because these flies are particularly attracted to fruits. That's why they're called mango flies. It's not only that, but also a butterfly is here, as well as a whole bunch of sugar ants, which is something I've never seen before. You don't really associate leadwood with having a particularly sugary sap. I've certainly never heard of it being used for any human consumption, but this would suggest that it must be quite a delicacy, especially for these flies and for the butterfly. These little things are just using these sucking mouth parts or dabbing mouth parts like sponges, just dabbing them on any of the wounds on the side of this tree to suck up all of the sap that they possibly can. It's amazing to see how many there still are. This was a massive tree, and so it had a lot of nutrients stored in its roots, and although some of the roots are out, there'll still be some roots that are still in the ground, and so it's able to still transport some of this nutrients up into the trunk in order to try and save this tree and maybe coppice and grow a bit more. As you can see there, the whole tree has been pushed onto its side by an elephant. It's been chopped because it was completely blocking a road. But isn't that amazing? I never thought I'd ever see this massive accumulation of insects. Now, I unfortunately can't get much closer because I don't want to scare these things off. But yesterday, or as the day before, we walked past here, there was even a spider that had taken up residence on the edge of this little patch, catching all these flies as they flew past. Which is really amazing to see how different animals take advantage of these situations. So, see, elephants have created a little patch of life, even though they've mostly destroyed this tree. All these butterflies, the mango flies and the sugar ants, they're all benefiting massively from this disturbance. I'm trying to see closely if I can still see that spider. It was some sort of looked like a wolf spider. Can't see it right now, but undoubtedly there'll be lots of ambush predators just waiting here. I wouldn't even be surprised if earlier in the day we would have been seeing some things like bee eaters waiting nearby to catch these insects. And while we're waiting here, there's also an absolutely beautiful sunset happening. It's just about to break underneath the trees to our right. I wish you could see it. It's really spectacular. It's only going to get better and better as the afternoon wears on. You can see that. Glorious, that view right down towards Leopard Dam. You can hear lots of impalas alarm calling at the moment, somewhere just behind us, or rather off to our right. So it's quite possible that maybe a leopard or some lion, maybe even Lagatha, has already started on an afternoon patrol. What a beautiful moment, just watching that sunset as it goes down. Right, meantime, whilst we wait for the sunset to get even more golden, we'll send you over to Tswalu Djuma.
I am like a little vulture on our southern boundary, waiting for wild dogs. So the dogs darted into Little Gowrie, unfortunately, but not too far, and obviously we can't go into Little Gowrie. That's south of our southern border, or southern boundary. So now we're just waiting here in the hopes that one will appear. But it has been a while now that we've been sitting here since they dashed in. So we can keep it moving, go along Gowrie Main, see if they've crossed into Djuma. I really hope they've crossed back in, because they've kind of been going in and out, in and out, in and out for the whole afternoon, except for the first hour when they were still very, very flat. So we're just enjoying these leadwoods. A couple of beautiful leadwoods here at Baboon Pan. And keeping an ear out for maybe the wild dogs calling, maybe some alarm calls, some vehicle movement even. But so far it's absolutely quiet. Listen. Very, very, very quiet. I did see Sutu though, the hyena. She also ran into Little Gowrie. But that was it. So I might just take it easy and go back into Djuma, go along the fire break a little bit, see what happens. Maybe the dogs are far west, but I'll have to just check it out, don't I? Well, it's the calm bumble before the sighting storm. That's what I'm saying it is. That's what I hope it is. And Steve is also on one of these. I'm sure the sightings for him will come in a storm very soon too.
Hello everybody, well you're just in time for us to set up for sunset. Let's go over to that sunset. Just give a moment for the board to get the levels right, and Elton to get the audios right, and everybody get your positions right, and wherever it is you might be, maybe turn your volume up slightly. In a moment I'm going to keep quiet, and although it's very still right now, there will probably be some small ambient sounds coming through, but let me allow you all to just sit back and enjoy the silent sunset. Matthews, indeed. These are my favourite times as well. Matthew's favourite segments. And Luke, stunning, I know. What a stunning sunset. We get them every day. Right about now.
And we have just found one of the Kalahari scavengers in the next dune street over here. This guy's just disappeared in behind the bush, like how Aardwolf did. But we're going to just give him some time. He's not as shy. There we go. Out from the bush he comes. A stunning black-backed jackal. Just look at that coloration variation on that animal. That is beautiful. So, jackals, and he goes, taking a seat in the shade. It's in this particular dune street, it's actually not as breezy as the others, and it's actually rather a bit warmer in this dune street here. And so that is why he's looking for the shade, as he's actually quite a nocturnal animal. But often in the daylight, he follows the day-active hunters at certain times, like, for instance, early mornings and late afternoons, especially like now, when the day-active hunters like cheetahs and wild dogs, especially in the dune fields, are hunting quite a lot. And those top hunting predators do get followed by these guys quite a lot, because they are mostly scavengers actually in a strong wilderness environment like this. So what they do is it's like the cheerleading squad running behind the pack of dogs trotting for something to hunt on, because they know that those guys are so successful, and they know that they would possibly get something to eat for the evening if by the time the dogs leave the carcass. So that's very often, if you're tracking wild dogs and you're coming through a certain area, you could often see, like if you get to the fresher tracks, suddenly you get to 5 or 6 jackals in front of you just trotting on a stroll, then you know you're not too far behind these dogs now, because now the jackals are just behind them. So it's actually interesting looking at it from that point of view, being a cheerleading squad running behind them. So yeah, very, very beautiful animals actually. So what I want to do is I'm going to try to turn around a bit and just see if we can't get another closer visual of that guy. As he's gone lying down, we might get a nice possibility of him sitting there. You can just see these ears popping out from the top of the grasses there. But yeah, he's most probably got like a family unity that's just around here as they mate in monogamous pairs. Very, very territorial animals. Rather large territories that they have actually from time to time. Don't actually want to disturb this guy obviously now. We're not going to pull much closer than around about here. So then we'll just zoom in quite nicely over there on that spot. Yes, it is a bit of a difficult situation getting a better shot there. But yeah, you can see the ears peeking out from the grass there as he's just dropped his head as well in and around the grass. But yeah, beautiful animals actually. I don't know if you've seen the colors on him there with the reddish, dark reddish body as he's in his prime time actually, with a dark black back and spots, white spots all over the black back. We do not have the side stripe jackal that you, for instance, find sometimes in Botswana in those areas. You do find the side stripes in the edges of central Kalahari in those areas up to Makgadikgadipans, further out northwest. But yeah, interesting scavenger for the Kalahari Plains.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a WildEarth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth safari guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
We've seen these ellies really chase wild dogs before. Let's get into spot. There we go, there it comes. Look at that, isn't that amazing?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Well, we are still moving about the south and hoping that the wild dogs will come back in. They've moved into Little Gari, as I said to you before. I was trying to get an update last time you saw me when I sent you to Tswalu and possibly their odd wolf that time when I was all like, ah. I was trying to get an update on the wild dogs. At the same time, I saw tracks. But they've all moved to the south now. So I'm still in the southern parts of Djuma. I've just gone past Treehouse Dam and now I'm almost to the junction with Shibamu Road, which is actually where Little Gari's driveway is. So if they are going to come into the property, this is most likely the way that they are going to come in. But like I said, you know how quickly they move. But we will try our luck. But I prefer to stay away or steer clear from sightings where there's too much happening and there's lots of chasing of the animals and stuff like that, when there's lots of vehicles and it's quite noisy, because I just find that it's not the same type of experience. So instead of standing like the little vulture that I can sometimes be on the cut line, I thought, let's just hang into Djuma and watch. We can still see the cut line, but we don't need to be in the mess, put it that way. This cut line is coming up in front of us. Hi, Pete. You'd like to know what's my favorite thing about wild dogs? Seeing them? That's not it. So the likelihood is that they may come through at this driveway. So Pete, my favorite thing about wild dogs. Pete, why are you even asking me about favorites? You know better. I can't pick favorites, but one of the things that I appreciate most about wild dogs, should I say, is that the extent of their cooperation and care for one another. I really think that that's something to behold, something you don't see often in the animal kingdom. That they care for their young, their sick, their elderly, and that they almost prioritize them. In fact, most of the time prioritize them. So for me, that's really special. The other one is a little bit strange, but somehow I have a soft spot for them because my dad is a runner, and sometimes if my dad were going to be a dog, I thought that he would be a wild dog. I know that's a weird one. Hopefully he's not watching right now. But yes, that's what I think. He likes running, and he has that type of, runner's build. And so do wild dogs, right? That endurance, lightweight, ready to just move kind of build. Just checking that they didn't come out. No, they did not. Hi, King. You'd like to know how many wild dog packs are there in Djuma? There are no packs that call Djuma home. They're just packs in this general area that move in and out of Djuma. And that's where we get lucky. So wild dogs don't hold territories. They don't defend a territory. They have home ranges. So they move vast distances within those home ranges. And some home ranges overlap because the territory implies that it's something that's protected and defended. So then if that was the case, it would not overlap. But they do. So there are plenty of packs, okay, not plenty, but there are about 5 different packs we could see, but none of them particularly called Djuma home. Anyway, on the fire break, I'm going to send you over to Yuan. He has a surprise for you.
And welcome the rock stars. Very rather playful, actually. We've entered the southern territories of the rockstar meerkat colony, and look at all of these guys just coming through, just playing so nicely at the edges of these burrow systems. Now, they haven't been to this burrow system in a super long time. This is actually the southwestern corner of their territory, actually. And this burrow system, I must say myself, I have seen them being here over a year ago. And this is basically just due to new food resources that could be coming through this area. But adding on to the meerkat Mokala group that we had this morning versus the rockstars, I mean, just so beautiful. Check out that play behavior, seeing that both groups, from all 3 groups that we have, that Veronique has been working with over the last 4 or 5 years, dealing with their different numbers and so on, and just from different perspectives, getting different information, just seeing, bottom line, the different babies that has come out. Obviously, as they, I want to say, over-reproduce at the moment, just because there's so much food supply, and success is, again, within numbers. But just incredible seeing that play behavior as some of the older youngsters are getting to grown-up stages there, just developing the muscle strength there, the body build, everything like that. Just, guys, how incredible is this sighting? I mean, this is just incredible. Just fantastic. Look at them hugging each other, and especially if they, at this time of the day, well, we've got about a good half an hour, 40 minutes left of sunlight in the Kalahari. But yeah, the thing is that it looks like they are arriving at their burrow systems fairly, I want to say, early. But it means that they had enough to eat, and if they've got so much energy left that there's still a lot of play behavior happening, I mean, that is just so incredible. Very, very cool. Man, this is just such a surprise for us as well, as we've driven into the southwestern corner of this territory of the Rockstar group. But yeah, I think they, anything between the armored ground crickets to the fair amount of scorpions that they find in the dune fields, because the Rockstar group, they are more concentrated on scorpion activity as opposed to the Hossa, as opposed to the Makala groups that is closer to the mountains. And this is also information that we have gathered throughout the years that Veronique has seen through the time that she's been with them, through the different types of conditions that we've had throughout the different years, through droughts, through bad conditions, shall I say, for better or for worse, in that situation, that she's seen different feeding behaviors from the different groups in the colonies, and being a strong keystone species, being very, very important to this area, it is very important to do so. Djuma, you are commenting that they are rocking. The rock stars are still rocking. They are definitely rocking. They are so cool. Seeing them playing on the edge of these burrows, just so beautiful. But what an incredible experience to have had the Makala group this morning for I want to say, like a quick sighting we had there, just as they were in quite a hurry this morning to get out to go and forage. And suddenly we come across to an extremely active Rockstar group that's fairly early, more or less, at their burrow system. It's just a point being proven that they are really, they've had enough to eat for the day. They've got enough in their bellies to keep the body energy levels flowing quite good enough until tomorrow morning. So yeah, really, really special to see that entire family as happy chappies coming together. I can hear them chirping quite a lot towards each other there as well. And it's just the youngsters keeping the tabs up going, saying, I'm here. It's just a membership check going through it all. Just chatting about letting all of their caretakers know that where they're at and whatsoever. So especially when they're foraging and looking for food, you can see that one on the left-hand side of the screen is still digging for something there. And when they're looking for food around and so on, the caretakers needs to know where the babysitter, well, where the baby is or the youngster is at, because it's his responsibility and full-on responsibility to make sure that that little youngster survives. Albeit you are commenting that the different groups have different diets. You know what? You get quite a bit of dune groups that you get, for instance, versus the mountain surfaces that you get is very, very different. And so the different types of species of insects that occurs in these different soils, and this comes back to the type of vegetation that occurs in certain areas. This also comes back to the certain types of minerals that's in the soils creating that vegetation, and that all comes together with the type of life that you would get there. And so yeah, the thing is just that meerkats are well spread out over the entire different ecotypes that you get in the Kalahari. I mean, from the mountains, from the valley sections in between, to the semi-savanna woodlands, to the dune fields, which is the proper savannas, and the thicket lines in the west of the, whether you get that, obviously that whitish soils of the remnants of the concrete pans from the inland ocean that used to occur here. And even meerkats that you find out far out in the west, you'll get feeding on different food resources out there just because of the rock minerals from the parent rock material in the area differentiates, and also because of the substances that you find in the soil can create the type of food resources that meerkats could get in that area. But bottom line, meerkats are all over the Kalahari, keeping that great balance in this ecosystem to keep the flow going, as they are extremely important in this ecosystem being a strong keystone species. Very, very cool. So we're going to spend a few more minutes here, but as we have said earlier on this evening, going on a bumble and ending up at a stunning waterhole this evening, which we're going to try to get some nocturnal animals coming through this evening there. So we're aiming for late afternoon to be arriving just before sunset at that waterhole, and then spending our rest of our evening there. So that is our safari plan for the rest of the drive, and we'll come back to you most probably at that waterhole or with something on the way there. But yeah, from these Rockstar Meerkat group, that is really fantastic. We're going to be sending you back over to Steve with some impala.
Welcome back to Djuma, everybody. We're just a bit north of quarantine, the open area where the carnage of last night's wild dog hunt played out, and the impala are all leaving quarantine. They're like, nope, we're not hanging out there again. I heard there's a pack of 22 or so dogs around now. They're like, we're out of here. So they've moved north. We have moved into the area to see if we can maybe hear any alarm calls, pick up on any tracks. I was almost certain that after the rain we had the day before, that we would have some activity of Mulwati. A male leopard seems to be claiming this western side of Djuma, the place of Hukumuri. And we might yet have some calling or some alarm calls or some tracks. But it's a nice opportunity to just sit and listen. The relaxed animals haven't seen anything, haven't smelt anything. There's not a breath of air. And that might also be the reason why our leopard is not moving wherever he might be. They're all getting a quick meal in before the darkness. Haley, well, the impalas are always on open areas in the night time. That's because that's where they feel safe. So there are quite a few open areas. This one is another one of them, a smaller one. Much of the Sabi Sands has undergone all sorts of management over the last 50 years due to the fact that pre it being a massive game reserve, it used to be far more open than it is these days, and so bush encroachment has become sort of part and parcel of what we see. So many habitat managers and many landowners have gone through processes of opening areas through mechanical bush clearing, and some of those areas have now been left open because they know that they want to keep certain areas open, and impalas enjoy that type of habitat, the open area with the bordering into the thickets. And the bush encroachment is due to the fact there's a lot of water, a lot of animals lead to grazing, which means there's no fire, and so bush encroachment is inevitable. So management is required, and impala like the open areas at night, and they go into the thickets by day to feed, and out into the open area again by night because they feel safe. They can see There's also forbs and grasses that they feed on, but impala are known as ecotone specialists. They like the edge. They like to be on the edge of the thicket and the open area, moving in between the two. So many of the areas on Djuma and in the Sabi sands are perfect habitat for impala. It's one of the reasons why we have such a high density of predators as well. Habitat preference. That's where you'll find the animals. You saw last night, if you were watching, the impala spotted the wild dog from a distance and they all took off. If that was in the thickets, they wouldn't have seen the dogs. But then the dogs probably wouldn't have seen them either. Large numbers accumulating out in the open statistically lessens the chance of you getting caught. Especially if you're behaving like a very strong and fit impala by jumping and showing your very strong legs, which is what they do. They advertise their fitness. Springbok do it beautifully. 99% of the time that a springbok does its pronking, a cheetah gives up the hunt without even starting. And it's not that the pronking or the jumping, the very high springing that the springbok does is hugely beneficial to the springbok in that it makes it run very fast. No, it just shows I am very strong. I am very fit. So the cheetahs, I'll go, okay, I'm not going to go for him. But if that springbok tried to do that and wasn't able to because it was limping, then, well, that animal would be fair game. So predators always looking for weakness. They're looking for the young, they're looking for the old, they're looking for the weak. They will take whatever they can get, but they'll always pick the easiest. It's energy. An animal that advertises fitness, sometimes it's enough for it to be left alone completely.
I'm getting more up.
Seth, I don't know. I've never seen one getting kicked by an impala pronking, but it's not really the objective of the pronking. An impala that's pronking is normally doing so a good 20, 30 meters away from a predator. So when they're pronking, they're advertising fitness. If at the point a leopard or a cheetah or whatever is about to take that animal down, that animal's not pronking anymore. It's definitely running for its life. And in that stage, it's possible. Yeah, we're going to have to go to infrared. And it's definitely possible in that situation that the animal might kick it. But the pronking happens quite casually. There's no real backward force in the foot. I don't think it would hurt because it's actually forcing the animal to move forward. And if it is being attacked, even though doing that, well, it's a very unlucky fellow. But that last final dash that that animal has is often one of abject terror, with ears folded back and entire body taut, springing forward. And yes, indeed, in those situations, the flailing leg and the flailing horns of male impala are potentially dangerous for predators, potentially dangerous, and can inflict wounds. Okay, well, looks like our impala have all vanished into the thickets. They're probably going to come out on the other side there. It's impala plains on the other side there. So maybe this group of impala just went to Vueteda to have a drink. Now they're heading back to their normal nighttime resting place. And we shall continue on down this road with the objective of picking up some form of sign of the big male leopard Molwati. And so we shall. Lights. Camera. All right, we're ready live. Oh, there goes our male impala. Okay, well, we're going to carry on here. Hopefully we don't blind this poor impala male. And we'll send you over to Trico and see what he's up to. He nearly jumped.
All right, guys, so there's apparently reports of a leopard just on our right-hand side. So we're just going to slowly move into that area and see if maybe we can manage to see her. Apparently it's a female. Let me quickly sneak in forward and see what we find.
Slightly back from where you are, where we...
All right, it's actually sort of a difficult position because in this little island here, we're actually in a riverbed. It's actually a little bit elevated. As you can see, there's a bit of reeds around. So I think the best thing is for us to just sit here and just wait. Maybe she will come out. So yeah, apparently it's a female who's in here. So I'm just hoping she doesn't sneak out on the other side where we can't see her. But yeah, she's just lying in between these reeds. But while we wait here and that she comes out, I'm gonna send you to Trishala.
Trico, I'm also hoping that a leopard will just pop out of the bushes. Fortunately, the wild dogs are not going to cross back into Djuma, at least not tonight. So we're going to move on to a leopard popping out of the bush. That would be awesome. So this morning, we had, somebody had seen Tlalamba and their tracks were on Cheetah Cutline, and I was following up on them. And then I found more tracks in Chitwa, coming out of Chitwa, and they could have possibly been the same tracks that went onto Cheetah Cutline. So maybe it was not Tlalamba, maybe it was Thandi. And because it was such a quick glimpse, she was mis-ID'd, but I'm not sure. Anyway, tomorrow morning I would like to work that area again and see if we can come up with anything. It's just quite a very difficult area to work, actually. You can hardly see any tracks, and I don't know if you've noticed the grass in the middle of the road's been cut. You know, it was really, really long from the rainy season, so the middle of the road grass has been cut. So the grass has fallen on either side of the road, which means that tracks are also hard to find, especially up on that side. So still going to give it my best go. But for now, I'd really like to find a leopard. But I'm going to sort of do a loop. I'm on Zoe's now. I'm going to go on to quarantine. And then have a look. Tyler, you'd like to know how many leopards have I spotted on a nighttime bumble? Usually 2. I mean, as a max, not as if like every day I find 2. Oh, look, it might be Steve. It's not always 2, obviously, but when I do find 2, is it Steve? Yeah. When I do find leopards, if I find more than 1, if I find 1 at all, it's usually 2. Like the other day with Mawati, we found 1, and we saw 2 as well. Hello, Steve.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. Would you like to see Steve? Show them Steve.
No, I think they want to see him 4. They never get to see him 4. They never get to see this fellow in the back.
Well, now we have no light for him, Paul.
There he is.
There we go. That's Paul, everyone. We hardly ever get to show you our cam-ups, ever. If he smiles any harder, Steve, his jaw might fall out of his mouth. I am, and then I'm gonna circle back, go down to the den and for the end of drive.
I think we both had the same idea of Mawati on this road, right?
Yes, exactly. Well, I was just saying to them, they asked me how many leopards ever found a nighttime bumble. Plenty. No, in one night.
Right.
How many of you found in one night?
4.
In one night?
One afternoon.
Ugh. One afternoon. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I said my most recent one was 2, Mawati and Kara.
Nothing wrong with that. I think I had a couple at the time before on the way home.
Yeah, that's the best when you find them on the way home too. Anyway, enough chit chat. We're gonna get her going. Nice to see you guys. That was Mpo's statement to the world. All right, well, like you heard our plans. We're gonna go quarantine and then down to the den. Hopefully we'll find something along the way.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an early bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Just in this reeds here, the leopard just literally moved just about a few seconds ago. So I think I'm going to reverse us back and see if maybe we can get a better position. And it looks like that leopard that we just saw now, actually it looks like a cub that we just saw. So I'm thinking the mother might be in the riverbed as well. There she is. How amazing is that? Look at that. So I've actually seen these cubs before. It's actually not only one, it's actually two of them. So I'm pretty sure the mother is somewhere around here. It looks like it's gonna head up onto the northern bank. So I think we need to quickly loop around and go right up at the top and see if maybe we can keep up with this leopard. Welcome, Nick. I'm excited as you are. I mean, finding a leopard at this time of the year or the time of the season is actually really hard. So if you do find one, it's actually quite exciting. So just gonna quickly loop up and see maybe we can keep up with that youngster there. I'm literally having goosebumps right now. But as we look up on this bank, I'll just quickly send you to Trishala.
Yes, we are all out to find leopards this evening because there's nothing quite like it. Finding a leopard at night, that discovery, it emerging from the darkness. And then, because you don't have a good view at night, then it's like, oh, who is it, who is it, who is it? I love it. I love that excitement. But our leopard search might have to be retired in a bit, because we've been driving quite a lot, so I wanted to head down to the den and see if there's any action happening there. It's so nice and warm up on this crest. Quarantine is on a nice crest, and then as we go down the Philmon's dip, it's going to become cold again. I have had to bring spare pants on drive now, because when you start drive, it's what, like 28 degrees Celsius, 83 degrees Fahrenheit. And then, so then I wear shorts, and then I get cold, so then I have to bring like loose pants to put over my shorts. Winter is coming. think sometimes in South Africa we feel so hot. It gets so hot sometimes. Humid. And sometimes dry heat, obviously depends where you are, but it can get really, really hot that you almost can't imagine it being cold again. And then suddenly it hits you and then you realize, no, actually I quite preferred the heat. Or at least the 28 to 27 degree heat. Renee, you'd like to know what the coldest nighttime bumble I've ever done is? So there used to be a time, Renee, when we used to go out super early. We used to wake up at 3 a.m. And actually, we were doing checks at 3. So you would wake up at like 2, out at 3:30. It was when we used to do drone. We used to add these drone bits to our safari, and we used to have a FLIR thermal camera. And then we'd go ID stuff with the drone and then drive in and see what's there. So the coldest was 6 degrees. Pretty sure it was about 6 degrees. Yep, very, very cold. And that was just an exceptionally cold one. The mornings when we began, the mornings were always colder than the evenings, obviously because we start early. And then those mornings we were starting at like 4:30. Checks at 4:30, out at 5, possibly even a little bit earlier. And I can even remember one time I was out with Tristan and we were talking about UFOs or something like that day. And it was 8 degrees. 8 degrees Celsius. And that 8 degrees Celsius was quite a common temperature for the mornings in winter if we were out early. That does not suit me. It does not. I love heaters. I used to even bring myself a little heater in winter. Bring it to camp. I can't deal with it. But hey, I survived. Makes you tough out here. You survive a lot of things you never thought you would. Well, I'm almost at the den, and Tswalu is at a dam. So why don't you go check out what they've got while I figure out if these guys are around.
So guys, as you can see, we have arrived at the edge of this bush where we're going to be sitting looking for anything possibly to come in. And as we're busy setting up at this dam, we've been having hyena audio actually as from our southern entrances of this waterhole. So we've been having quite a bit of spotted hyena audio in this area. So we're just kind of waiting to see what's happening at this given point. This is a fantastic point, just looking at that stunning reflection of that blacksmith lapwing tapping on his iron. We will slowly but surely start to see the double-banded sandgrouse to come in as well. And it's a fantastic setting that we're sitting at right now. So, like I said, that hyena audio has just been coming from the south-southwestern side where we've been coming in from. So we are waiting upon the arrival of these nocturnals. So we're just going to spend most of our evening here now and just see what's going to happen. In the meanwhile, I'm actually wanting to speak as little as possible, just because lots of these nocturnals, especially like the leopards in the Kalahari, is very, very sensitive. So the thing is that we're going to try just minimize the noises and let's just absorb the natural sounds while we're sitting here on foot waiting.
can hear a lot of insects starting to call at this point as well. A huge amount of insects from the rain locust across to some of the crickets. Lots of sounds happening at the moment. And it seems like our sun has just set as well finally now in the Kalahari. And we're entering that crepuscular time. Kimberly, you are commenting that the scenery is amazing, and I couldn't agree more. It is just fantastic. Just looking at that reflection of the mountains on the water as well. It's just so incredible. Just looking at the entire combination, just the experience to be here. You can also see, quite interestingly, the water level on the tree line there as well. Just from a rainy point of view, showing you how much rain we have received. For those of you that knows this waterhole, and this is the same spot where Dylan has been sitting in wintertime last year as well. Just looking at that level of where the water level used to be. And yes, it has shrunken a bit, but yeah, there's still a huge amount of water present at this waterhole. It's just incredible with the amount of rains that we had, obviously dragging a lot of animals into this region. Adrian, you are wondering if I have my own birding list, and you know what, birds definitely from their rarity point of view, I like to have a look at, definitely have a look at endangered species of birds especially, and pretty birds. I must admit, I'm a keen character, shall I say, for incredible behaviors on birds especially and so on, but yeah, I don't really have my own checklist as of such, if I can put it that way. But yeah, generally, I like looking at rare birds especially and so on. So yeah, very, very stunning actually being here, just being part of the experience, and just sitting watching this environment. I mean, it's just such a stunning setting at the moment. And just listening to all the sounds as well. I mean, it is just so incredible. Is that reflection of that stunning blacksmith lapwing. So, just so stunning. Look at that color variation on the water as well. I don't know if you guys can hear that sound. That sound of an insect calling at the moment. And that's the rain locust. And my grandfather always used to tell me when I was a little boy, walking around on the farm where I grew up. And so we walking through the veld and through the bush, and so he used to tell me that if that insect, being the rain locust, calls at night, then you possibly could get some rains. Strong possibility that you could get some rains for the next coming days or so. And little do we know it, there's actually a big rainstorm that we can see in the north, in Botswana side, forming already, as we are not too far from Botswana's direction, and that is the rain direction where our rain generally comes from. But yeah, so cool hearing that sound. And I'm very glad to hear that you guys can hear it as well. Look at that. BK, can you zoom in on that? That is so cool. So there's a little, looks like a three-banded plover. The edge of the water there. Actually, in fact, you know what? I thought it's a three-banded plover. You get them quite a bit in the bases of this waterholes here. It's actually a little tiny baby of the blacksmith lapwing. My mistake over there, but yeah, very, very cool seeing that little one. As you can see, there's a lot of fluff on him. And he's actually just so well camouflaged for this environment, especially on the edges of the water. If he sits down on the nest, he's as good as gone. As you can see, he's not the same color as the mother, actually. But that's also why she's chirping so much. She's sort of giving the little one guidance on where to go and what to do. For a long time, I was thinking it's actually a three-banded plover. But, yeah, definitely that's a little one of the blacksmith lapwing. So folks, we're gonna keep on sitting here and just keep on watching and just spend our evening here with this lovely setting. So yeah, we'll keep on updating you and bring you back if we see something coming in. But yeah, we're gonna send you back over to Steve. Welcome to another moonrise, everybody. Moon, optical illusion of the size of the moon when it's so close to the Earth. I had an astrophysicist on as a student once. Obviously she wasn't my astrophysicist student, she was an astrophysicist who was doing an eco-training course. She explained a few things that made a lot of sense. The moon looks as big as it does on the horizon because of the perspective, because you can see the trees, because you can see the landscape around, so it looks much bigger. But if you measured it and look through a set of binoculars, it's exactly the same size as when it is higher up in the sky. So if you do something as well with your hand and you look through a little hole in the fingers, take your finger and your thumb and you make a little loop, you look through that, the moon suddenly shrinks in size from its hugeness to its normal size. And that's because you're blocking out all the other elements on the landscape, the trees and all of that. And then the coloration is to do with the atmosphere. When the moon is above us, that's basically perpendicular sort of line through the atmosphere, which is quite a short distance, but right now it's very, very far away and it's coming at us from an angle, so it's actually running along a huge amount of the Earth's surface, so it's going through far more atmosphere, which means it picks up a lot more dust, a lot more light, and that's why it looks as orange as it does. It moves very quickly. Pumi, it is beautiful and orange, and as soon as it gets a few inches or a few meters higher, it's going to lose that coloration due to the atmospheric dust.
Very pretty though.
It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is a pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply. The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia mwaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Welcome back, guys. So we still haven't had any movement of any mammal coming in yet. But we've had quite a lot of these double-banded sandcrows coming in, landing and soaking up the water, as you can see there at the edge of the water there, soaking up the water into the breast feathers, as we've been talking about it over the last couple of days. But yeah, so stunning to see all of the life coming in at this time, these beautiful crepuscular times. So, folks, we're going to be going over into IR light very soon, as BK is going to be switching over as we're losing light a bit now. And there is daylight. It's incredible what these cameras can do if you think about what you can see when the light is dimmed without shining any spotlight. That is incredible. Such a gorgeous setting. Just with the breeze being completely quiet at the moment is just such a good thing for us, because then animals can't really smell that we're sitting here at the moment, so they could easily walk into here without knowing that we're here, as we're sitting tucked away in the edge of a bush here. that's all. Just so beautiful. And there's the sound again. We are people, aren't we? So cool hearing that sounds of the double-banded sandgrouse. Quite a few ones coming from our background, just flying over into the water. Literally just so much water life on birds at the moment. It's just incredible. And another pole-spotted owlet calling again. So beautiful. So folks, we're going to be just remaining at the spot, hoping to find our spotted hyena coming through to drink, or even a leopard. In the meanwhile, we'll send you back over to Ngala.
Welcome back, everybody. As we're driving, I thought we'd lost the sight of that leopard in a riverbed. We just saw this beautiful moon coming up. So we just thought, stop a little bit and enjoy it with everybody. You can see it's quite like more reddish in color. But I think as more and more it comes up, it's gonna get brighter and brighter. I don't know about you guys watching back at home, but to me this, just sitting here and watching the moon is so sort of therapy. And if you'd like to stretch your imagination a little bit, you can look on those dark spots. I can actually see a human being like further left, sort of like a shape of a person. I'm very glad you can join us, Amanda. It definitely is. Couldn't agree more with you. While we sit here and enjoy the moon, I'm gonna send you to Trishala, and I think she's also looking at the moon.
Everybody is loving the moon today. Well, what's really nice is if we watch the moon, let's just take a moment, listen to the evening sounds and watch this moon, because you can see that there's branches in front of the moon that give you an idea of its movement. And it's actually moving It's rising quite quickly. Look at the bottom branch, that bottom silhouette. Slowly, the moon is moving higher and higher in the sky. All of a sudden, you realize how much movement we are doing right now. We're totally set in motion, even though we all feel like we're standing still, like the moon is the static object. But she is moving, and we are moving, and everybody is moving at speeds that we really don't expect, really don't think that we are moving at those speeds. Soon that bottom branch will be out of the way. That is just beautiful. Hi Herman, you'd like to know how does it make me feel when I stare at the moon? It makes me feel small, and it reminds me that there's such larger things are happening, such processes, huge magnitude of processes are happening, and it helps me to, it's kind of like a relief. And sometimes you feel like, oh, there's this little thing to worry about or that little thing to worry about, and then you realize it's such an insignificant thing because it's just happening to you, and you're just this insignificant little human. You're one life form that lives on one planet in one solar system in this, in one galaxy in this universe. And when you look at the moon, it reminds you of that insignificance, and also reminds you that you are part of all the things that go on. You're part of nature. You're not something else that's outside observing it. This is happening to you. The moon is rising and it's happening to you. You don't have any choice in it. I love that feeling. You may think you have problems here and there, but ultimately there's a lot larger processes going on, none of which rely on whether you're going to have a good sleep tonight or not. You know, those type of little things that we think about or stress about. That was my deep and wise thought on the moon that I thoroughly love and enjoy and feel. But the other fun thing it makes me feel is it makes me feel quite energized. I get very happy when I see the moon. It's kind of like a fire. You can just stare at it and then continue to stare and then continues to stare. What our eyes gets to see is just amazing sometimes. The stars and the clouds and all these things. I love it so much. I love the non-living sciences or the non-biological sciences as much as I do love the science of the earth, geology, astronomy, physics. I love all those things, even though they're not particularly involved, or we don't directly see them as life, but in fact they're all involved. Anyway, different story. Now I'm going to move you on to Steve for a bit of an update, and we're going to keep going. We still have to find that leopard.
Thanks, Trish. Well, we're carrying on. We are in the middle of Djuma right now, seeing what nocturnal animals we might find. We've had a few impala rams just chilling, and that's been about it. Still amazes me how dense the vegetation is now in March. Incredibly so. Lovely frogs in the pan. Even the frogs are still going crazy with the conditions. Looks like we found Trishala again. I thought she was heading over to the den. The den is over that way. Anyway, we do bump into each other. Like old days, we used to bump into each other a lot. Hello and good evening once again. They're enjoying the feeling small in the light of the moon. We had a nice long chat earlier. We don't want to spoil our dinner conversation now, do we? Ah, there you are, Elton. I thought I'd lost you for a moment. Lisa, well, nighttime bumbles are really that. They could be very quiet. Sometimes they could be very profound. I mean, finding cats at night, finding lions at night is often very, very cool. The beautiful thing about this time of day is that anything could suddenly just materialize out of the woodwork. Anything at all. I'm actually going to go straight down here. We're going to find ourselves a young male leopard at Twin Dams. So anything could materialize, which is what's exciting about the night. To be honest, I prefer the morning. I prefer the expectation of the morning and what could be about. Now you could find things arriving. It doesn't really require... We are looking for tracks still at night. The morning tells a tale of the evening. But as we get into winter, the nighttime activity is going to start earlier and earlier. So I actually prefer the winter night bumbles rather than the summer night bumbles, because summer nights it's just so warm. Animals are still very, very quiet, very lazy, but also an insect in the face. I can't actually explain it to everybody how uncomfortable that is from time to time. But we grin and we bear it. And our job is to talk. So many, many insects enter the mouth cavity. Our daily dose of protein. Okay, well, Trish obviously isn't finished with some moon tales. I wonder what else she wants to share with you.
I'm just about done now. We just had to watch it rise fully up so we could see it in all its glory. And now it is up and out. And I feel satisfied. I feel unclaustrophobic. Yes, you can all tell me what the right word for that is, but it's like it's finally burst out. So I feel very nice. So Steve was telling you which bumbles he prefers. I also love the morning. For me, the morning is great. So it seems that you're gonna have to look at me like this. At least for now. Because my presenter light has decided to be spooky. Can you see me? Gosh, I must look terrible. There we go. That's better. So I also prefer the morning bumbles, just because there's so much potential. I don't mind in the evenings, but Steve would have told you that it is quite a thing. Oh, why, thank you. My lovely cameraman, Johan, has now lighting, his personal lighting. The evening ones, especially in the summer, there's just so many bugs all over the place, all the time, flying into your mouth, into your nose. So I'm going to tell you what happened to me today. One flew into my eye. It was some sort of flying ant. But I mean, this happens often. And I wear contact lenses. So it flew in and it was very irritating. And I felt like somehow it had like poked my eye, scratched it. And then when I looked, like took the eyelid down there, or the bottom lid down, I can't even think about it. And then I took it out. And then I took it out. Anyway, on that very exciting, happy note, let me send you over to Tswalu.
So welcome back, everybody. As you can see, we had to shift back onto the vehicle as it started becoming quite dark here. And we are just still sitting at this waterhole, just waiting on the waterhole's edge, just waiting upon movement. We still haven't had anything coming in yet, which is quite interesting, that you might see from time to time that there's these moments of silences coming through, and then it gets to a point, the silence gets broken. Look at that shooting stars. Did you see that one flying across the sky? Yes, I don't think we got it in the screen, but there was a massive one just coming across the skies there. Anyways, the stars on the top end of the mountains there is also just so gorgeous, as we got the 2 pointers of the Southern Cross in the air there. See it quite nicely coming out. The 2 pointers of the Southern Cross. So gorgeous seeing the stars coming out and about at the same time as well. So apparently there was a bit of commenting happening where there's questions been asked about what is the favorite drive, morning or afternoon. I must say on Tswalu, mornings is pretty good. Definitely early mornings as the first break of light comes through, because there is so much activity happening. But then the same thing happens in the evenings as well, late on in the afternoons. So I must say I do prefer both, and it also changes over from season to season, where it changes over from summer to winter, because winter, the mornings and later on in the morning is pretty good as well, as opposed to the late afternoons is really good during later on. But as soon as we get to sunset, it becomes a bit of a difficult story again in winter, because then it gets freezing cold and movement of animals becomes very little. But in these conditions, in this situation, the evening is pretty good as well. This is what I love about Tswalu so much is that different seasons gives you different opportunities and possibilities. The behaviors and the times of activity levels just changes over from one thing to another, from one season to a complete changeover to another season. Louisa, what a special question. You asking did I make a wish when I saw that shooting star? I must say and admit that I did not make a wish, but now I'm actually a bit sad that I didn't. But yeah, one should actually make a wish, and I must say there's a lot of wishes that could happen in a Kalahari night because of the little light pollution, seeing all of the beautiful stars shooting across the skies. But yeah, it was so gorgeous actually coming across the top end of the skies. It's actually, I'm very surprised that we haven't had the spotted hyenas coming through yet to drink, because we had bright and clear audio, I'd say not more than 1 kilometer away from the water, and those guys move very, very quick. So it's actually quite strange that we haven't seen them coming through yet. So guys, we will definitely keep on updating you on the movement at the water. I'm convinced we should need to stay here because it is a fantastic destination to be at. In the meanwhile, we'll send you back over to Trishal on a bumble.
Well, I think that Yuan, let's just go into infrared here so we don't irritate our little water thingy. Oh, off he goes anyway. Well, Yuan, I hope that you do take the opportunity though this time to make a wish. I myself don't know what I'd wish for. So many things. So I have to create like standard wishes so that I don't have to sit there and think. I have to explain to you how my head works. It's constantly trying to consider all things, and there's always, too complicated. But we see some incredible things up here, or out here in the sky. No UFOs, I must say, or anything like that. No strange objects. But I remember once we see lots and lots of satellites. Because it's so clear, it's so easy to see these things. We see nice constellations, Milky Way, those are the usual ones. Once I saw, I think Starlink had launched, and there were 30 satellites. I saw them all. We sat outside and counted them as they went by. That was very cool. Smelled a bit leopardy there, but it smelled a bit leopardy there yesterday too. Yeah. It smells a little musty too. Yeah, so I really enjoy looking for satellites. Sarah, you say you love the sounds of nature at night? So do we. Really is nice. Although I must admit, in the past, when we used to do 6-week stints, so it'd be 6 weeks here, and then 2 weeks off, by that 6th week, I was getting very angry at that Scops owl outside of my room at night. Especially the last week. Just would not stop. And it's such a beautiful sound. And no, couldn't handle it by that last week. Just putting my head under pillows. But yes, Sarah, they're beautiful, beautiful, beautiful sounds. The cicadas, the owls, the frogs, the occasional big mammal calling out, whooping, wild dogs, lions, leopards. All great. Now let's try these guys. Don't want to be our friends. I had to get over the hill, guys, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to see it. You know, you're like, well, if you stopped earlier. I know, but I had to go over the hump. But all the sounds are truly, truly amazing. And I find that in the evening there are a few sounds that are more beautiful than that of the clinking of pots and cutlery that says dinner is almost ready.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far. For all of you WildEarth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumble crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Alright, welcome back everybody. So just a little bit of an update and a bit of a recap. So that particular leopard that we saw in that riverbed there is actually one of the youngsters of this female that we every now and then see. And as I said earlier on, I think the mom was somewhere in there as well. And I think we spent like maybe 14 to 15 minutes after that leopard crossed up onto the northern bank of that river. But we're not so lucky. But I mean, that's understandable. You know, sometimes these animals, if they don't want to get seen, you won't see them. And I think it's fair, you know, they should have that type of freedom where they should be able to do their own thing. But I'm just glad that we finally managed to see a leopard, because we haven't seen one in a long time. And I hope that everybody watching back home, or wherever you are watching us from, did manage to see it and had a bit of a glimpse. And it was such a beautiful leopard. So maybe tomorrow in the morning, maybe we might go to that area and do another search and see if maybe we will be lucky in that area there. But then also I was just wondering if maybe, you know, Mom was actually maybe trying to take them out for a little hunting session, because it's actually dark now. It's late at night, so I'm thinking she could have been hungry. I didn't get to see the belly so clearly later on because I was just so excited, you know. I had goosebumps in that riverbed. And she was, you know, I thought probably hungry, or if she wasn't, maybe she wouldn't have probably even be hunting. But while we busy driving this riverbed looking for something else exciting, I'm gonna send you back to Trish.
We're gonna spend the last few minutes of show with these beautiful quarantine to wrap up a really nice drive. I was just thinking that so often we have lots and lots of sightings and things like that, but it was nice to kind of chat to you from all of the guides' perspective, but to kind of chat to you on a personal level, talk about what we like, what time we like to go on game drive, what we feel when we look at the moon, all those kinds of things. It's lovely to get to know you all like that too. Because yes, we take you on game drive, but we're also normal humans. And we have our little quirks. And we love sharing all that stuff with you. Although I must admit I love sharing the animal nature bit with you the most. These impala are all settling in. They're in a nice big tight herd, as they should be in the evenings, so that they can be alerted to any danger very quickly. The wildebeest are around too. Everyone's sticking together. Sorry, there's a spider crawling all over me. There's those wonderful sounds of the night too. Again, I can hear the nightjar, fiery-necked nightjar as well. I can hear that scops owl. I can hear cicadas. And the bush is still very well illuminated by that moon. Well, Impala, I wish you a safe evening, and to you all too. Thank you for your questions and your comments. It's a pleasure, as always, from all of us. Thank you so much. We'll see you in the morning. Bye-bye for now.